And we're back. And we're back. So I am just ever so slightly tempted. Just ever so slightly to maybe make my microphone slightly louder. Oh, it's on 100%. Really? I feel like when I've been watching, like I've been checking the VODs for like settings and things like that, I feel like I have my headphones turned up like as loud as they can go. And I'm not that loud. Like I'm audible, like for sure. That's me, right there. Okay, we need the emojis. No, not this one. Not this fucking Dr. Spectacles. We do not want Dr. Spectacles on this particular occasion. We are looking for where's Little Thinking Man? He'll do. Little Thinking Man, where you at, brother? Thinking. There he is. There we go. Right, absolutely spiffy. Wait, there was a Valorant update? There's no one here for that. I'm just ever so slightly curious. Improve spawns, spawn logic, fix an issue. Right, that's actually huge. Respawn time reduced by half. Like playing DM in that game was so goddamn awful. Like the warm up of DM, like aka the 30 seconds where you're waiting for people to join the server, was 1,000 times better than the game mode. Yeah, what's up, Kunu? How's it going, bro? Or Alexi? Alexi? Is Kunu like the name completely done? Like you don't use that name at all anymore? Because I kind of I have like Kunu in my head, like stuck in my head. Social updates, cosmetic. Okay, this is not interesting at all. Yo, what's up? HKH351. And some symbols that I don't quite know how to express. How's it going? You don't care? You changed it because Twitch was being funny about it. What? Did they not like? Is this like when Gink had to change his name because it was a banned word in Valorant? Yo, what's up, Hollow? How's it going, bro? I'm your best demo man player. Thank you, brother. That means a lot to me. I wish I could I wish that I could play the game, but in my present wrist state, I'm just a permanent spectator at the moment. But you know, I'm making strides. I'm making strides on the wrist front. So maybe one day, maybe in the future. Change a couple of letters and it's a no word. Is it? Maybe I'm just being. Maybe I'm just being racist. I'm not being racist. Maybe I'm just being dumb. But oh, okay, right, yeah, okay. Now I see it. Okay. Although I just want to like reference the anecdote of. I don't remember who it was, but it was some random scrim against I can't remember the player, so I can't tell you what team it was against, but we were scrimming someone, and one of the guys was Finnish. I think he was Finnish anyway, and he called me that word, but he called me a sly that word. And like English wasn't his first language, so like I don't think he knew like the implications of that word and like what it can mean in some contexts. So man just straight called me a sly that word, like out of nowhere. Like in a completely friendly way, but like he just English wasn't his first language, so he didn't know like he didn't know what it could mean. Felt bad for the guy. Felt bad for the guy. What's up, Alien though? What's up, Rons? All the Kato content you approve, Hollow? Yeah, I mean like, you know, I don't know exactly what path I'm on at the moment, but I'm on a path. I'm on a path, and it involves a grind. It involves a grind. Looking forward to another 7-hour demo review session. I will say up front that I kind of have I have some plans this evening, so I'm probably a little bit time restricted. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm gonna be here for like 3 hours minimum, but I might have to like cut it at some point and head out. But yeah, I'm not gonna rush myself. There's only two demos left from localhost to watch, at least that are really worth watching. Well, it's not entirely true. There's some other demos that are probably worth watching, but there's only the grand finals really left for me to watch because I want to move on so that tomorrow I can like start checking out EU, because there's a kind of nice game in EU tomorrow night. So like I'm definitely going to be covering that game tomorrow, like on the stream, which means we need to wrap up the localhost NA content today. Although after watching this localhost stuff, I'm definitely like way more interested in the NA scene than I've kind of been in. Even when I was active in TF2 before, like in like kind of like the latter years, kind of like 2018 kind of time. I didn't really follow the NA scene then, other than just like checking out the team that was whatever team was coming to LAN. I would like check out some of their games. But I think going forward, I'm probably gonna follow the NA scene, like watch demos of like the good games and stuff like that. Probably not cover them live because don't think I can be bothered to stay up like that late. Or at least not to stream. But yeah, I think I'll probably be following the NA scene, like, because it seemed really nice. Like maybe it's just like LAN vibes. Like, you know, I feel like the TF2 community, it always feels so warm and fuzzy, you know, when people get together at LAN, and like even as someone far away, like watching that, like you get that vibe. But I feel like more invested, like in the NA scene, like, and the teams. Even though like Froyo is still expected to dick everyone, right? Like I feel like a bit more invested, like in the second and third place teams, particularly G6. Like I'm a G6 fan, not gonna lie. But yeah, that's for later. Like today we finish up localhost, Fullerton, whatever you want to call it, and then tomorrow we turn our attention to Europa and the game of the regular season. Yo, what's up, Ashikagas? What's up, Flick? What's up, Tabaraka? I should join G6 as an analyst. I mean, it's an interesting proposition, right? I mean, I think they would probably have more say in that than me, but it would be an interesting thing. Yo, what's up, Rocket God? Rocket God 23, no less. ESEA was extremely fun to watch back in the day. Loved watching Try play. Yeah, like when I was like I was known in TF2, like before I was like a Prem player. So yeah, like I didn't have kind of like my own like top level like LANs to focus on or anything like that. Like I was going to LANs, but you know, we would get like we'd get like an upset and beat like a bottom prem team or something, and that was like the highlight of our LAN kind of thing. But back in like those days, I used to absolutely adore watching like the NA scene. Like when they had like ESCA LANs, it was like, yeah, like my favorite thing to do in TF2 was to watch the ESCA LANs. And this LAN's giving me a few of those vibes, even if it's not been as like competitive like overall, aka like the Froyo dominance. Yeah, Rocket. I remember, bro. Like it's been a while. It's been a while. Did you attend? Did you attend Fullerton? Yeah, I was at Raymond. Just as a spec. That's cool though. Yeah, obviously, I don't think I would have gone anyway because it was a hell of a long way to travel and I couldn't have played or whatever. But it looked like a good time. It looked like a good time. From afar, from afar. It did look like a heckin' good time. Dude, why is it giving me this chip? Okay, there we are, there we are. Yo, what's up, Eon? Is vaping healthy, Steve? I mean, it's nowhere near as bad as smoking. Like I used to be a smoker, but I quit like cigarettes for like. I actually think I did kind of like a counterintuitive thing. I think I quit smoking and then like I quit like cold turkey or whatever, and then started vaping later. But I guess starting vaping prevented me from like going back to smoking. But it's healthier than smoking, but they don't know like the long term. You know, it's not been around long enough for them to know like the long term implications of it. But it's like nowhere near like the health problems of smoking. But yeah, yeah. As Abyss says, in 20 years we'll see. Maybe I'm doing something to myself that smoking wouldn't do. Like that. You know, there was this whole like popcorn lung like thing people were talking about for ages, where like I don't know, where like the bubbles in your lung just pop. But you know, hopefully that ain't a thing. Hopefully that ain't a thing. Yeah, so I need to put a config together for this game because I have not spec'd any Froyo players so far. And even though I'm so rusty and really slow at using my binds, um, I definitely want binds, and I will get back into the I will get back into a good state of using them. He's played really well at this LAN. Even people on G6 agree. What do you mean? Even the people on G6 aren't they his teammates? Like I would hope they agree. It would be quite sad if they did if they didn't. Yeah, no, everyone went on a spree yesterday. It was absolutely insane. I'm not gonna lie. Like I was blown away, like completely blown away by the subs and the support yesterday. It was crazy. Like there was like one time like a long time ago where someone that I don't never really knew who he was just showed up and like gifted like 3-figure subs, but like other than that, like yesterday was like the most like I don't know, the most supported I ever felt like while streaming. It was like insane. So yeah, like thanks again for that. I'll just throw that out there. And yeah, here's to the future. Skis is only on G6 for this land, and medic is someone named Howard. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I kept hearing like reference to Howard, and I'm like, I don't know. I was thinking like everyone's saying that like Howard is like top 3 med NA, but I couldn't figure out what team he was supposed to be on or whatever. But that's interesting actually. I didn't realize that G6 had a sub only for the LAN. I thought like I saw that they changed medics from
Oh, Jason, I can't.
yo Biffs with the prime. Thanks my brother. Thank you so much. Or my sister. Depending. Really appreciate that, man. Yeah, like I'm kind of like familiar with like the Howard name, but I was confused. Like everyone was talking about him quite a lot, and I was just a little bit confused, like that he wasn't playing like in any of these like top teams based on how people were talking about his like ability and skills and stuff. But that makes sense. So is Howard not playing this RGL season, or is he on G6 for this RGL season as well? Oh, this is the upper bracket final. What am I doing? I was about to play the complete wrong demo, which would have been a catastrophe. A catastrophe, man. How it is on G6 this season? Oh, okay. That's actually interesting. Like, I swear I looked at like the RGL page and it had G6 down as having skis on their roster, but I was trying to absorb a lot of information like about like like the entire NA scene at one time, so it's very probable that I just misread or misremembered like some like key pieces. Did the 7 strat work well? Wait, what's 7 strat? We had a lot of strats in 7, you know. You might have to be a little more specific. Tips for coaching Valorant team, kaidus. I might be doing it soon. I mean, I could give a lot of tips, I guess, but main one would be prepared to do a lot of how should we say, man management, because there's a lot of really skilled players that are quite like young in Valorant, like in all esports, I guess, but in Valorant, it's like something I noticed. Like, you really have to be able to find a way to like unify a like group of people, like, and keep like morale up, because yeah, people trying to go pro in that game, it's like it's like a 12 to 16 hour a day effort, and for some people, that brings up a lot of problems. So I think like that was like the thing I learned, I think, the most while I was in Valorant. Obviously, I learned a lot about Valorant the game, but in terms of like coaching, like compared to TF2, where I was coaching like people that I already had like this established group of people that I knew, and I was just bringing people in to that circle when needed, and typically people that I already knew quite well. Like, I didn't really build up an amazing like man management skill set in that game. Whereas in Valorant, I mean, it's debatable how good or successful I was at like kind of keeping the team like unified and like focused on the goal and things like that. But I definitely learned a lot about that like in Valorant. I think it's like a pretty huge part. The number 1 player in Wales. It's interesting because I played with the number 2 player in Northern Ireland. I'm like semi hoping that he's like lurking in the chat. He was around here yesterday. But I'm not sure if he's number 2 anymore. He might maybe he's progressed to number 1. Maybe he's progressed to number 1 NI player now. There was a Boomer team in preseason, but the team died moments before the season was about to start. The roster was Clockwork and Shrugger Scout, Garbuglia Roman, Paddy Pocket, Mima Demo, and Bear Medic. That would have been like kind of crazy to see. Did me calling for 7 at LAN help the team a lot, or just kind of clutter comms and didn't really help? You mean when I was coaching? Oh, HyperXZX. Yeah, it rings a bell. It rings a bell for sure. In fact, let me VLR it because I'm sure that. Maybe I'm typing it wrong, but I couldn't find him. But yeah, that team in TFT would have been crazy to see. But yeah, going back to the question that Witz asked about me calling for 7, like when I was coaching 7 at Rewind, I was not doing in-game calls for them. I was only doing like out-of-game stuff. Obviously, we would have like tech timeouts and between rounds, I could give input and make adjustments, but I wasn't actually like contributing to the in-game calls. When I was coaching Crowns, so I-58, I was like the in-game leader from a coaching position. And I was like the hard main caller. It worked well for that team because I'd led the team before as a player. And so everyone knew kind of my way of playing the game. And that's one of the big reasons we did it like that, is because people wanted to continue like to have my calls, even though I had like a wrist injury so I couldn't play. But yeah, it was I did have to make sure that everyone like my main phrase, I think, when calling at I-58 was like something to the equivalent of shush or shut up or like calm down or whatever, because we had to keep the comms like really, really clean. Like having that extra voice, even if everyone respects it, like having that extra voice, yeah, it does risk cluttering things, but we were really like disciplined in our comms, like, so we made it work quite well. Shut up and listen. Yeah, that rings a bell. That rings a bell. Especially in the grand final, because I just somehow wrecked like my throat on like the night before the grand final. My throat just got wrecked. Like I didn't go crazy. Like I had a few drinks and chatted with some people. I'd had some fun because we were super well prepped. Like everything was ready to go for the grand final. Like for us in terms of preparation, other than waiting to see who our opponent would be. But I was like prepared for whoever it would be. Like it was going to be full tilt or froyo, and full tilt I knew really well already, so there was basically no prep to do, other than just watching their games. And if it was froyo, then I'd like fully prepped for froyo already, right? So, I had a little bit of fun this Saturday night, but my throat was my throat was absolutely wrecked on the Sunday, and I was main calling like whisper style. I was just like whispering at my team, guys, please be quiet so you can hear me. Like, it was kind of crazy. That grand final start made cost tilt in chat, if I remember, on Gran. I don't remember that specific moment. I do remember like a lot of drama like around that grand final. Like there was like it wasn't like real like animosity, but there was a lot of drama. Yeah, it was a reverse sweep. Like, why do I think the grand final was so close? I'm gonna say it, like, this is probably gonna sound a little bit arrogant, but I think it was close because of a bunch of problems that we had. Like, Badlands was the first map, and it was a fairly close map. Like, the biggest problem we had was, okay, it was like the one I series where there wasn't a stage for the grand final. So it was your like playing environment was kind of RNG, like anyone could be anywhere, and obviously that's always a factor at LAN. Yeah, like literally in that literally in that LAN, we 5-0-6-1'd them in the upper bracket. Like we absolutely crushed them in the upper bracket. But then in the grand finals, like they improved throughout the LAN, like to be sure. But then in the grand finals, like as the grand finals started, like directly opposite us, like I had a really bad throat, so I had to speak really quietly. And directly opposite us was this French Overwatch team, and they were so fucking loud. I'm not just making like some petty excuse, because obviously we won the game in the end anyway, but they were so fucking loud, and it tilted some of the boys like so badly. Like we would be in the middle of like a DM like chaotic fight, and you would just suddenly like this Overwatch team would just be screaming, like proper screaming, like, and we would like lose a fight because someone didn't hear a call, and then people got tilted. Like we ended up losing the first map due to like a last minute like mistake, and then we just went into map 2 like tilted off the face of the planet. But literally like the Overwatch team won their game and then went off to play the grand final on stage, so they left after map 2, and then maps 3, 4, and 5. Okay, process was close as fuck, but like maps 4 and 5, maps 3 and 4 were like pretty comfortable. I think the Overwatch team going away helped a hell of a lot, but for sure, like Full Tilt like stepped up their game. Like they definitely played a lot better than they played like earlier in the LAN. Like their wins over like Froyo and stuff gave them a lot of confidence. But I mean, I don't remember the exact map scores, but other than process, like once we got rid of these Overwatch players and untilted, like there was a 5-0 from us and another fairly comfortable like win. I should look up what the map scores were. Yeah, so like in bracket we played Full Tilt, and it was 5-1, 6-1, and that was kind of what I like expected. But then in grand finals, like yeah, Badlands they got this third round like, like the last minute of the game, so that was kind of tilting. Gullywash we were like full tilt, ironically while playing Full Tilt, and then yeah, Snake we 5-0'd them, Gran we 4-1'd them, and then Process was just close as fuck. Like map 5, you know, like pressure was on everybody. Like both teams like were making like massive plays. Like by the time you get to map 5 in a grand final, like I don't care what the skill differential is. Like there's yeah, like it can go any way at that point. Like in a map 5 scenario, like everyone's knackered, everyone's hyped, everyone's yeah feeling all kinds of things. But yeah, like credit to Full Tilt for improving. We lost Gully. Yeah, Gully was definitely one of our better maps. Like we won Gully like against everyone else this LAN. Like we 6-1 them earlier in the tournament. We beat Froyo like 4-1 on Gully. We somehow got rolled on Badlands by Froyo though, which is really weird to think about. But yeah, like it's difficult to remember. I really wish there was like a recording or something of like the comms and stuff. Yeah, like I put it down largely to like mental game, like our mental like halfway through Badlands, like with these like yelling Overwatch players like drowning out our comms, our mental was like completely busted. Like I was not able to raise my voice because of like the throat problem that I had. I had like Gubbins was like running around getting me like loads of throat sweets and shit like this. It was like, you know, it was like a all hands on deck kind of thing to try and get me in a state that I could actually speak. Do I prefer best of 3 or best of 5 grand finals? Like, but in TF2, like best of 5 for sure. And like in Valorant as well, like best of 5, like grand finals is really good. I think in CS, like best of 5 is like really sketchy. Like it's maybe too long. But in TF2, like best of 5 is really really good. At least with the EU rule set, like with the classic NA rule set, I'm not sure if best of 5 is like that good. But with the EU rule set, it's best of 5 is perfect for a grand final, I think. Albert, it's funny that you asked that because I'm actually working on exactly that mainly for YouTube, like less so on the Twitch side of things. But I have a lot of like YouTube content that I'm planning on doing. Some of it's like quite high effort though, like in terms of finding like source material and some of like the editing and stuff. So it'll probably take me a while to get around to like putting out. But yeah, I'm definitely planning on doing like a YouTube series like focused around kind of how I led teams in this game and stuff like that. What top rank are you in Terry's list? Wait, what is that? Still doesn't lose Gully. He doesn't lose Gully until he joins us, and we lose it to Fame. Although having said that, I don't think best of five is great with the NA rule set. I used to absolutely love the proper double elim like ESEA playoffs. Like if there was a bracket reset and they had to play a second best of three in the grand finals. So like for those that like aren't sure what I'm talking about, like in proper double elimination, like for example in like Smash, like if you're playing the grand finals as the loser, like from losers bracket, you have to win the game and then the bracket resets and then you have to play again and win again. And that's how ESEA playoffs used to do it. And okay, it took forever. Like if there was a bracket reset and like each set went to 3 maps, it was a marathon. But as a viewer, I absolutely loved watching that. Like ESEA playoffs was some of the greatest shit to watch like ever. And this was before we really had like the tech, like the production of these playoffs was like not very good compared to like what you'd expect from a modern LAN. Like as someone watching the stream, like you didn't really have any like, you know, like if it was like a international I series or something, you know, you would want player cams and things like that. Like there was like no crowd noise or anything like that. There was just like insane TF2 and insane casters, honestly. Like that era with like DJC, Bear, like a lot of other people, but they're the two that like stick out in my mind as being insane. Like they were just so fun. They were just so fun to watch. Like with the bracket resets. Yeah, Sal's definitely worth a shout. Slin, yeah, like there was a bunch of great commentators like in NA then. I'm sure there probably are great commentators in NA now, but I haven't watched in a while. But yeah, there was really, really good commentators like for some really, really insane games back in those ESEA LAN days. Do I think upper bracket winners should have one map win default or just get pick? I think it's a hard one. Like I don't think there's a perfect answer, to be honest. Like I do think it's kind of unfair for the team in that, like, I'm of the opinion that the team in the upper bracket, like, from a pure like competitive integrity perspective, I'm of the opinion that team in the upper bracket should get like a significant advantage, like a map advantage or something like that. Like, but from a putting on a good show for the fans and viewer enjoyment and stuff like that, I'm okay with just having like veto preference. That was actually one of the dramas with I-58 was before the final, like the admins just told me like you have no advantage, like no map win, no veto advantage, no anything basically. We were just in the grand final before them. Like that was like the only. That was like there was literally no advantage, like at least in the rule set. And I had like a massive argument with the admins, like insisting that like it was ridiculous and all that kind of stuff. So that was like one of the dramas that we had. And to Full Tilt's credit, they basically it came down to whether Full Tilt agreed with my proposal that we should have like a veto advantage. And to Full Tilt's credit, they said to the admins like, yeah, the rules are stupid. They should get like a veto advantage. So yeah, that was classy of them. So respect for that. But yeah, that was kind of crazy that there was literally no advantage in that game in originally without me having like a half-hour argument with the admin. But yeah, I don't think veto ad is really enough to equalize the situation. But in a game like TF2, you know, we really just want a good show. Like obviously we want the best team to win, but we also like we really want like a good show. So I'm okay with it, even if I don't think it's like the best thing for competitive integrity. You're welcome. Yeah, thanks T-Lash. Appreciate it, man. Do I miss playing sixes? Yeah, for sure miss it. I miss playing all FPS games. Like I can't play FPS games right now because my wrist is, my arm is in like my ulnar nerve in my left arm is in a really bad state. But I'm working through physiotherapy at the moment, so hopefully that can change in the future. But yeah, if I can make like good progress in physio, I would for sure like play sixes in some way. Like not necessarily like properly, like in a team or something. But I would play the game. But yeah, we'll have to see how physio goes, like, for the time being. Just catching up to chat. I tend to go on these monologues and just totally lose track of chat when I do them. So you got some magic pills to fix my arm? Yeah, that would be insane. I would take a bionic arm at this point. What was I gonna say? Hang on a sec. I'm just gonna fix my heater. Like, it's really, really hot suddenly. Yeah, I can't remember what I was gonna say. I had a point that I was about to make, but then it's just slipped away. It's just slipped away. Like so many things in life, man. Like so many things in life, it has just slipped away. Oh yeah, it was about the upper bracket like advantage. Like I find it really like in Valorant and other esports of this size, I'm not a fan of teams only getting veto advantage. Although I do think veto advantage counts for a bit more in games like CS and Valorant, because like in TF2, if you're a good team, like you're probably good at all the maps. Like maybe you're better at KOF than 5CP, but only recently in NA they've had 2 KOF maps, so you know you can just ban KOF if you're not a fan of KOF. But like in CS and Valorant, like learning a map as a team is a shitload of work. Like when I was coaching teams, before we would even go, like before we would scrim a map, we would have to talk about like with the team. So this is not taking into account like IGL plus like me doing prep. We would have to talk with the team for like minimum 2 hours, like for us to have like our basic like defaults and strats down on a map. And don't get me wrong, I did a lot of stuff like that with TF2 teams as well, but you could very easily like join a game with like a team in TF2, like not really talk about anything and just be pretty good based on chemistry and game knowledge. So I think it's a bigger deal in like games like Valorant to have the veto advantage, but in TF2 it's like not that much of an advantage at all. So it's a tough one. It is a tough one. But yeah, in Valorant it would be like 2 hours with the boys for a new map. Like if we'd not played the map with that lineup before, it'd be 2 hours with the boys and you know several hours between myself and whoever was the IGL, like coming up with the strats. Yeah, TF2 is a lot more forgiving in that sense. Yo, thanks for the 100, and thanks for the 100 bits, Apollo. This year marks the 10-year anniversary of the first TF2 World Championship at I-46. Damn, that's actually crazy to think about. So we've missed. How many have we missed? We missed obviously 2021. We missed 2020. Did we have 2019? Was I-58, sorry, was I-65 2019? Yeah, it was, wasn't it? So we've missed 2. Like, as well as the Copenhagen's that we obviously missed. We missed 2 I-series, so there's been 2 summer I-series that weren't, like... And there was also, yeah, I-61 was not, like, a proper World Championship. It only had Banny. But then we've had two rewinds, and I mean I guess Froyo went to that Swedish LAN, but I don't think anyone in their right mind can call I don't think anyone in their right mind can call that Swedish LAN a world championship. Like none of the top one decent like EU Prem team was there, but none of the actual like best teams were there. Pappy says, I don't know, I think some teams have maps they literally can't play. Yeah, for sure. Like it, there's definitely like maps do make a difference in TF2. Like teams have good maps and bad maps. Um, yeah, I completely agree with that point. Like map advantage does have an impact, and depending on the teams, it can have more or less of an impact. But I guess the point I was mainly making was it doesn't have as much of an impact. So if I'm weighing up, like, what do I consider like a sufficient advantage for the team in the upper bracket? I would make the comparison that in a game like Valorant or CS, it's more of an advantage than it would be in TF2, but it is still an advantage. You're right on that one. Lopanda came fourth the season before Sweeland. The only map we won was Reckoner. Lost the other 5. Yeah, like Sweeland was an interesting one. It's strange to think that that's the last land that like Froyo attended in Europe. Like they haven't been to one since then. Yeah, Copenhagen is not cancelled yet, but there's some rental shenanigans that's making it difficult for it to be a reality. But yeah, hopefully Copenhagen comes off. Because EU needs a LAN, man. Like EU needs a LAN. Like I heard that there's going to be like a French LAN this year, and that there's also like a Polish LAN in the works. Like some guys were telling me about this yesterday. But yeah, EU needs a LAN like really badly, really badly. Just to not even for like I don't know, not even just for the sake of it, just to keep the community like together and keep good players motivated to play. Maybe entice some players back, because I feel like LANs always kind of can entice some of the old guard like to come back and play again. Like Zebasaya I-65 is like a really good example of that. French, Polish, and German. Yeah, like that's really good. Like I think it's really good to have like these like smaller local LANs. Like they're super impactful on like keeping people into the game. But yeah, we do really need a LAN that like we get the bet like kind of like the top 3 or 4 EU teams at, like kind of like what NA have just had. Kaidus on LAN again. As a player, not for the time being, with my wrist in the situation that it is, but as a something else, could be. Since I'm gone, Prem has 90% new players. Yeah, I mean it makes sense. Like there's like a lot of like raw like talents, like I imagine, like improving at the game. There's a massive lack of motivation for older players to keep playing as well. So yeah, it makes sense. But speaking of LANs, there was this NA LAN, and I am gonna check out the demo. So this is the grand final of localhost Fullerton 2022. These teams played this, so it's Froyo versus G6. These teams played in the upper bracket final, where Froyo convincingly won. But they actually played Viaduct in the upper bracket final as well, and it was a 4-0. These games are not particularly close, but it's the grand final of a LAN, so I feel like it's worth our time. Because I haven't actually watched any of Froyo so far, like from this LAN, just because all of their games were rolls basically, so there was no reason to really watch them. But it's the grand final, like they're playing against the other, like the second best team of the LAN, so history should take note of their accomplishment in it, and I like to think that by reviewing these games, I just add like a little footnote to that bit of history. But anyway, enough blabbering, more fraggering. So So I actually haven't watched any like KOF games since I've been like back in like looking at TF2 again. So I'm interested to see what's going on. I'm also interested that my spec config is not working, so just bear with me 1 second. Alright, and we're off. We're off to the races. Big fat bombs, big fat bombs. Big fat bombs. I mean, yeah, that was an aggressive fight. It's going to be hard to give some concrete analysis about these fights. I'm probably going to have to go slow-mo free cam. In fact, since it's the first mid, I'm not going to do this for all the mids because I don't want to spend forever on this, but since it's the first mid, I just want to get a sense of what guys are doing. And it's very difficult when 4 soldiers instantly bomb. And yeah, it's like my tiny little brain can't keep track of everything. So I'm just going to watch it like overhead, slow-mo, you know, get a feel for what both teams are trying to accomplish. But it looks like they're trying to accomplish absolute murder and destruction. That was my initial, instinct. Death and destruction and absolute bloody murder. It seems to be the goal. So, Froyo playing with one scout China. G6 actually like playing more on the point. Like, they're actually playing like more together as a pack. Like, Skis is fucking in. Jesus Christ, Skis. That man is absolutely in. But yeah, so that's kind of interesting. Sorry, one bind is broken. Okay, now why does Skis have to be the only player of the LAN, not to play with his real name? So I have to fix my config every time. But yeah, Skis just like goes in hard. Like big difference with like even though both teams like are playing super aggro, like big difference is that you see G6 like following up their soldiers' aggression immediately, whereas Froyo are playing like a lot further back. Like they put a lot of confidence in their soldiers to kind of achieve success, and they kind of try to just kind of soak up the pressure with their combo players while Habib puts out damage kind of in the middle ground. Whereas, yeah, like Skis is literally surfing rockets into the fight and they're just full committing, like full committing. So for her to take a dry fight, Logan gets instantly focused down. That is a big blow to their hopes of holding. I'm not sure how I feel about what I just saw. I'm going to go back and check that. I wish TF2 had a better demo system. Actually, they hold the fight okay, so yeah, we'll leave that one for now. But yeah, some pretty favorable trades actually for G6. Like it's an impressive start to the map for them, to be honest. Like the mid was like very together and coordinated. Logan Def there was a little bit strange. I feel like maybe they could be a bit more proactive in the way they're holding the point, because it looked like Froyo just kind of had license to walk up. Yeah, like Froyo can just walk up and take these fights right now. When realistically, I would be expecting to see a little bit more activity from the soldiers. Like, they're just kind of chilling. Okay, they're taking an aggro Uber onto them. They should get this med, actually. But now it's about consolidating. Logan is completely by himself. They're very, very deep. I'm not sure this goes that well for them in the end. Like, yeah. They're just too... Oh, Skis actually lives. Okay, so... But that was like a hair's breadth. That was a hair's breadth, and they're going to have awful spawns now. Like, they killed the med, but... Yeah, that was a very aggressive fight. Like, I don't follow the manner of taking the fight, but... Yeah, Froyo are going to get these spawns, and this is not a particularly holdable point. I would like to have seen everyone surviving, or like... I would like to see everyone surviving from G6 there. Like, they didn't really have the right to fight for the point. Like, Froyo had the better spawns. So, you know, soldiers can like play to get behind or to like do like some pressure, but it's disappointing to see someone get caught out there, because realistically they should have been able to instantly re-engage. Like, you know, this is the thing about Viaduct. It's like, okay, that Soapy is just in. What is this? This is a really bad mistake in my opinion. I just want to back up slightly and check out this this situation where bot mode died, because I think that's like a really crucial mistake. Yeah, what's up, Lucas? Yeah, this is map 2 technically, because Fro got like a free map for being the upper bracket team. Yeah, this bomb so easily could have like paid dividends. Like taking this Uber super aggro and then having your entire team in this area. Like, okay, as Viaduct, you have to take fights, and I'm a big proponent as well of using Ubers early on Viaduct. I think it's such an undervalued concept. Like using your Uber before. So like the idea is you use your Uber so early, relative to when the enemy med spawns, that if you don't kill the enemy med, he's only got like 30 to 40% Uber built. You know what I mean? Maybe a bit more. You know, if he's entering like say med spawns, like walks out to the door, arrives, is on like 20% when he gets here, and then you take that fight before he has built that Uber. If you have like a bad Uber, then you know, their med doesn't have Uber after the fight, and you can continue to take fights in various ways and create like plays and setups and things like that. So I'm a big proponent of these types of Ubers in certain ways, but this one was very, very, it was a little bit scuffed, like after the initial like med pick. They didn't really have any control of like some key parts of the map. So spawns are not favorable here. Like this fight is definitely going to be like Froyo's. I would really just like to see, like Rakuso has the option to like get, if Rakuso finds like a window to get behind or something like that, he could do. Bot mode is just playing, what the fuck? I guess bot mode just had like the perfect like blind spot here that he didn't realize there's an entire team of players there. But yeah, I don't know why, I do know, I know that these players should not be committing to this fight. Because the thing is, it's so harmful. Like, it's one thing to give up, like, to back out of a fight. Like, it's King of the Hill, so you think, oh, you know, we should be fighting all the time. Like, if we give up the point for free, then, you know, that's just, like, a bad thing to do, so we should always take fights. But by one guy dying there, it delays your ability to fight. Like, Froyo getting this point. Like, Froyo have the numbers. Like, so all things being equal, Froyo get this point, right? So by having a guy die, rather than just having to wait for Cap and Soapy to get here, which is going to take 5 seconds, Bombo's going to die. So rather than giving up the point for 5 seconds and then having a re-engage with better spawns, because then when you're contesting the point, you know, it's capped for Froyo, so you have better spawns. Rather than re-engaging after like 5 seconds of Froyo having the point, or less, or while Froyo are capping the point even, depending on how fast the spawns get there, now they have to wait 15 plus seconds for bot mode to spawn. And then, confounded on top of that, they're actually engaging with 5 now anyway. And Soapy is going to kind of overextend, or at least be out of sync with his team. Oh, he doesn't actually overextend. He gets aggressed on. So Froyo just like very aggressively push that side of the map. But now G6 are in a nightmare scenario where they're constantly staggering, being one man down. Okay, they're just going to be a lot of men down now. But, yeah, these small mistakes are things that Froyo will punish the shit out of you for. So yeah, some really critical mistakes, like, by G6 and Froyo, like, more than good enough to punish. This Uber trade is... Yeah, this Uber trade was only ever going one way. And this is still, even though we're like 1 minute along, everything we've just witnessed is how do I phrase it? Everything we just witnessed is a knock-on effect of, I mean, okay, you can argue everything is a knock-on effect of what happened before it, but I would say we're still in the same sequence of play where bot mode died, like on the point, as Froyo took it with a number advantage. Like, we're still in that sequence of play. Like, G6 did not establish, like, 6 guys alive or an even number scenario and a foothold into their re-engage. since that moment. So you can kind of trace this bad Uber trade that was like forced on them, basically. You can trace it all back to that moment. So it really underlines, in my opinion, like how important it is, because, yeah, if they just concede the point for 5 seconds, and do a 6v6 fight, especially if Froyo cap the point, like that's really really favorable for a team with like a minute and a half ticked off, like over half the time ticked off the clock already, or almost half the time ticked off the clock already. So this has gone from a round that G6 had full control of to basically dead even, but no map control. Dead even on the clock it will be by the time like a fight has happened. Well, actually, sorry, I've kind of misquoted you there. May has got a terrible spawn, so it's actually not too bad for G6. They're actually just going to get the point back for free. So fair play, fair play. I think I kind of misanalyzed that Uber fight. I don't think I really appreciated exactly what was going on. But I'm rusty. What can I say? What can I say? Okay, let's check out what these soldiers are up to. Okay, so Master is dead, and Rakuso is chilling. I would like to see a little bit more mobility from the soldiers. So, like, I know it's early days. I'm just going to back up because this is, in my opinion, like, the unlocking of Viaduct. Like, okay, this might sound wrong, but I think the most important people on Viaduct are your soldiers. Like, obviously, scouts get insane amounts of frags and look really impressive, like getting frags on Viaduct. And demos obviously are expected to output a shitload of damage and deny a lot of ground. But I think the defining factor on Viaduct for how good you are at the map is soldiers. So yeah, I want to check out like what Rakuso and Soapy are doing. Like, Soapy's super unhealthy. Like, I really feel like in this kind of a scenario, for your soldiers, you really want to see some, like, proactivity. You can't really hold Viaduct point. I don't think you can really hold Viaduct point that well without proactivity from your soldiers. Like, in 7, like, not when we were dog shit at Viaduct, because we were actually really bad at Viaduct, and I had some kind of fundamental not misunderstandings, but I was too stubborn in how I thought about Viaduct for quite a while, and I really wanted to like enforce like a more temperate like game style on the map when it's just like not suited to that. But like in 7, I would always have this cool like proactive, like whenever we were holding the point, even Ubers, I would always just make the call like proactive, which basically meant I was telling like my soldier combo, whoever that was at the time, so like mainly like Captain and Sil or Captain and Stark, it was telling them like, you know, this is your time. I don't want them to like jump on the medic. I don't want them to just go and like try and get like a trade kill or something like that, because just trading 1-for-1 is bad on this map. But like proactivity means like, you know, doing some play on the flank or bombing behind, or even just doing like loopy bombs, you know, like stuff we were seeing on mids yesterday from Witness. Just being like an active force in the fight, like, is really, really important. Like, having your soldiers back static, spamming as a team pushes into you, is not going to get you anywhere in particular. Like, maybe Soapy has tried a little bit. I'm just going to back up again because I've missed how Soapy has ended up weak. But yeah, this proactivity from the soldiers, I feel like I think that's really what defines like if you can be a good Viaduct team or not. Like, if you don't have that, it doesn't matter like how good your scout's DM is. It doesn't matter how much damage your demo does. You'll never be on pace on a Viaduct game if your soldiers are not being proactive at the right times. So like here, I would just like to see Soapy making sure he's healthy. Like, I don't think he needs to do this with like 175 HP. You see Fro, like, not even close. Like, Soapy definitely should have gone for a heal before whatever he's about to do. Like, he should 100% be buffed, like, right now. Okay, it doesn't matter, though. You see, he's just, like, he's 70 HP. Like, This was really, really, really questionable. Like, you can tell he's trying to be proactive, right? But there's just like, there's a small like misgiving about it in that he doesn't get a buff before he starts his pressure. And then I'm not sure what the hell that like rebomb he did was after they got a frag. But yeah, that's yeah. Like I don't know. It's a weird one to analyze because I felt like Soapy he had like the right idea in mind, just some of the details a bit wonky, right? Like not getting a buff when there's like a quiet time in the fight and you know that you're about to get pushed. I feel like it's pivotal that your Roma gets his heal then. Like that's like basically the only time in Viaduct that the Roma should be getting healed pretty much, other than like rollouts and shit. But yeah. I think it's it's problematic the way he approached it there. But well, not the way he approached it, but the specific details were a bit wobbly. They're both playing up on his rock, Suki with a little bomb. See, it's not bad. It's not bad. Like it allows some commit from the boys, but yeah. Just feel like they're a little bit off of the pace, if that makes sense. Like, I watched Soapy for a little bit there, and like, I feel like he just needs to like kind of be able to read the game, like just that 3 to 5 seconds like faster than he reads at the moment. Make sure he's like getting his HP where it needs to be for when the fights are going to begin. It looks like he's kind of he's having to take fights like without being fully prepared to take them. I'm on the complete wrong perspective. Oh, bot mode. Dude, bot mode had so much success on Spy this LAN. I swear, like, of what I can remember, he went Spy, like, not just in this game, but on Viaduct in general. He went Spy, like, at least 3 times that I can recall with 100% success rate. Maybe there's more than 3, but I remember like at least 3, and I don't remember any failed attempts either. So like this play from Mamadou, like that was so clean. So he's unlucky not to get the second rocket, but at the same time like Mirrorman is doing something as well. Yo, that med. We have to check that. What the fuck happened? Like, did he just forget that there was a health pack? I actually want to go back and actually watch that little segment of play actually, like with the soldiers bombing, because that was like a really good example in my opinion. Like the soldiers only just get the med in the end, but the principle behind what they're doing with their play there is exactly what I'm kind of trying to describe. So, Fro holding the point. Bieber's doing his spam. Mirrorman is arriving, so it's time for soldiers to get proactive. Marmalou is proactive through the flank. He has decent HP. Mirrorman is bombing at the same time, so you see this like bomb from the soldier. Like it's proactive holding, right? They're not just holding the point; they're actively getting in and around and into the fight. Mirrorman gets partially denied, but then manages to commit. Eventually, this arrow, holy fuck, May is insane. I was gonna say, how the hell does he make anything happen after that? But he just gets the arrow of Jesus. But then this frag on the med, like, there's a med pack, bro. Like, he gets stuck on the thing. It's like, just take the pack, man. Just take the pack. Oh my god. Like, the contrast of medics in that situation. Like, I'm not looking to flame. Like I think Skis is a good medic, but the contrast there between May's arrow and Skis is like stuck in the mud. Like stuck in the mud, inability to take a pack. That was kind of brutal. But we're going back and we're checking the May pop for these arrows because that was pretty nice. Like I'm not gonna lie. Like I asked yesterday, like who is May, like because I don't know much about May, and I was told, you know, solid medic, just kind of the best medic that was available when Phototech needed a med. I'm seeing some shit from May right now. Like, I'm seeing some shit. Pixel perfect, pixel perfect. And he gets his other one right. There's no fucking way. He's cheating! Bro, he is cheating. Like, that's actually insane. That's actually insane. Like, we're watching that. I'm like, I know I said that I know we just watched it, but we're watching it again. Like, on the stream, I was seeing crazy shots, like demo pipes, like air shot, like air rockets, like, you know, all this shit. But, you know, meds don't get really spec'd. Like, meds don't get spec'd unless they're gonna drop or something like that with the cheat feed. But these arrows from May were fucking ridiculous. Absolutely insane shit, man. Absolutely insane shit. Like, I supposed to watch that in real time. Just, like, look at that shit, man. That's just crazy. That's crazy. Like, obviously, meds have, like, some info of where their players are, right? Like, you can get this little, like, medic, like, pop-up that gives you, like, some indication of where your teammates are. But even still, man, just the... Because he essentially had to predict that Mirrorman was going to drop down off of the cliff, right? Otherwise, he's just arrowing thin air. Like, he's shooting the arrow before the man's even, like, dropping down. Like... That was like, insane. That was insane, like... I'm getting, like, Prem by Cube vibes. Like, if anyone remembers, like, the clip of, like, Bite arrowing me as, like, Killer Medic. Like, the arrow was not as good as these arrows. And... But, yeah. This is insane. Like, if someone is making a frag video of this LAN, I want to see, like... Like, if someone is making, like, a proper frag video of this LAN, I want to see, like, a Prem by Cube style edit, like, of this moment. Because obviously the med frag itself is, like, not impressive. It was, like, if anything, a big mistake by Skis not getting the pack. But there's, like, yeah, this was insane. This was insane, like, insane medic clip. Like, I honestly can't think of, like, a better set of impact arrows, like, that are, like, in terms of, like, them being impressive arrows and having, like, a very significant outcome, i.e. enabling the frag of the med. That is, yeah, that's actually, I'm really impressed by that, mate. I'm not gonna lie. Let's get some Beeb cam, some Habib cam. Okay, these mids are just relentless, mate, relentless. Like, I remember watching the stream of this game. I couldn't really see shit of what was going on because it was just relentless aggro in any team fight. Everyone was feeling confident. Everyone was hitting, like, crazy shots. But yeah, Froyo come out on top of this one. I think the concepts of the mid were ostensibly the same as before. I would like to see if it is, like, actually identical though, because if we remember the first mid, like, the kind of key differentiator was how G6 followed up on their aggression. What the fuck? Was how G6 followed up on their aggression. Whereas Froyo just kind of put faith in their soldiers and chilled back as a pack. And I want to see if that is still the case. Like, Bomber is definitely playing way more on the point. I actually don't really see where Jay is. So the bombs come in. Like, see Froyo just playing this, like, slope pause. Like, Banny and Jay are playing, like, high ground around the med. So they're getting, like, better end of this cleanup in this situation. Like, they have faith in their soldiers to get the job done. Like, Marmaloo and Mirrorman are able to, like, get this crucial kill, like, on the med. And in the meantime, like, yeah, the scouts are just playing way more defensive for Froyo at the start of these mids. And obviously the other mid went the other way, but Skis managed to survive a lot longer. Like if Skis goes down, like on these mids, it's gonna be very tough for them, because they're like the whole team is like extending themselves into a very deep place. Well, if Skis goes down early, rather, should I say? Like if he just gets like straight bombed and fragged, then it's gonna be tough. May is kind of known for being an arrow criminal in Invite. He had the most arrow kills in the season by a huge difference when he played with Global Clan Ice. But Ashley Kagas says he thinks LOL guy is. But yeah, no, like May is a nutter. Like May is a nutter based on what I've seen in this game. So I didn't really catch the instigation of this fight. So I don't really have any real comments. We'll just watch Jay hit like 100% accuracy for a little bit. Nah, I actually want to kind of keep it on like soldiers a little bit. Actually, okay, guys, you're like reading my mind. That's like twice now when I've literally been saying like I want to keep it on to soldiers, and you're like telling me to watch soldiers. Like I like look over at chat after saying that, and I see that you telling me that you want to see the soldiers. We're like May and Mirrorman. We're like neural linked, you know. Yeah, so it's an ad hold. So I'm expecting to see Mamalu and Mirrorman here try to like as well as like putting pressure to get like the Uber force. I would imagine they're gonna try and get behind. Like they're not necessarily gonna bomb the med here. Like okay, he throws a rocket at the med, but Mamalu here is looking way more to get behind rather than get the force. Like it's all about creating this pressure and then spreading the width of the map. So Mamalu is now behind. May is on 80% Uber. Mirrorman playing fairly defensive and just trusting Mamalu to do work from behind. The aggro comes forward. Eek. This is an absolute train wreck of an Uber, to be fair. They do get Habib, but Mamalu is still behind, and I don't think anyone is tracking him. No one is tracking Mamalu, so whatever happens over here with this Uber, okay, maybe Mamalu's being tracked. But there's the potential for a very big squeeze here. Let's just speed it up into real time. So Mamalu's staying behind now. And this is so powerful. Like, okay, Froyo lost that fight overall, but their med survived, so they have Uber to push with now. And Mamalu will still be behind when they go. So this is going to be a very tough situation. Wait, what the fuck? I'm on the wrong soldier pod. I'm just gonna back it up slightly. I pressed the wrong Solly bind. I pressed the wrong fucking soldier bind, and I was like, wait, I swear Mamalu was behind. Why is he just bombing in? But yeah, I want to see like how that play from Mamalu finished, because it's a good, like, obviously he's not doing that much. Like it looks like to the naked eye, he's not doing that much for a lot of the time, but the idea behind what he's doing is so key, and I think it's something that like every soldier, particularly roamers, but I think it applies to pockets as well. It's something that every soldier like really needs to appreciate about Viaduct and about the way Froyo soldiers are playing Viaduct as well. Like, because this is all garbage time, right? Like, Froyo absorbed the pressure of that Uber. They're waiting for their spawns before they use their Uber ad. They're ahead on the clock, so they have time. Like, they don't have to take the fight, like, you know, instantly. Obviously, they're going to take it swiftly, but they're not going to take it, like, instantly. And all the time, they're going to have this, like, squeeze potential because Mamalu has been behind this whole time. And here it is. It just pays off completely. Like, this play was set up over the course of, like, 40 seconds. But even like, there's, like, 5 different ways that Mamalu play could have gone, right? Like, when he went to go behind, 2 things could have happened. 1, he could have met someone on the flank and isolated a duel And if he wins that duel, then okay, that's a huge contribution, right? 2, he could be players could chase him, and he drags those players out of the fight. So the original Uber push by G6 is way less successful because Mamalu is getting behind and drawing eyes, drawing focus. And then there's obviously the third option where he just gets behind for free and then is able to do all kinds of shit because he's behind. And it just so happens that in this example, he was completely unfocused. Every time I look at chat, I just missed the start of a fight, so apologies for that. Are you using casting essentials or just bound the stuff manually? I just have manual spec binds. Like I just make a quick config like before every demo. Like, cause I have the keys that I like for people. Like I'm not that used to them at the moment because it's been so long since I watched TF2, but I'm slowly getting used to it again. Like, you know, if I want to watch the pocket soldier of one team, I know that it's O. If I want to watch the roamer, I know that it's V. If I want to watch the pocket of the other team, it's K and M for the roamer, B for the demo, P for the demo, etc. Like, I'm getting used to it gradually. It's been a while. See, like, bot mode again. Like, this wasn't even a backstab, I don't think, but bot mode is just 100% success rate on Spy. Actually, just 100% success rate. It's actually uncanny. It's uncanny, mate. Like, it's LAN, so Spy is like way more effective than online, just because of the games tend to be more chaotic. Because especially like KOF games can tend to be more chaotic because, well, projectile players feel incredibly confident because of the LAN ping, and obviously there's a lot of pressure, so everyone is like, you know, heart rate, brain processes all going at like double their average speed. So that just creates a lot more like, or leaves a lot less bandwidth to worry about spies. Not even considering like the audio implications of not being able to hear the spy uncloak as well. And especially since in this game, like from what I could gather from watching the stream, Froyo were being, or in particular Habib was being very fucking loud. Very fucking loud, as I understand it. It wasn't there, but on the stream you could kind of hear like the yelling. You couldn't really make out what it was, but the casters were kind of relaying the fact that it was particularly Habib being like pumped up. So yeah, that really enables like spy options. But having said all that, the success rate of bot mode on Spy is still outrageous this LAN. It's actually crazy, like, the consistency that he's getting it with. Like, it's mental. It's mental. I don't think I've seen him fail a Spy plate, and I've seen, like, at least 4.
Mission ends in 60 seconds.
And his timing as well is so good, like, you know, this isn't, like, causing his team to wait a long time. This is not like, guys, I'm behind a Spy, give me, like, 30 seconds to find a good position, right? He's basically just getting behind, and... Wait, did Habib really not see? Did Habib really not see that? But yeah, he's like not taking a long time about it either, right? He's just doing it. Like, he goes spy, and within 10 seconds, he kills the medic, which on KOF is like insane. Like, you think like spy might not be that viable because the best spy plays are usually like set up and take some time, right? But this man is just doing it like instantly. Yo, what's up, TF2 Abood? Yeah, I'm watching the games. And I will continue to watch the games for days to come. Maybe, but not having to worry about spy when going through a sideways zone. Also pretty annoying, even if there's no spy. Yeah, I'm sure someone should have seen bot mode when he uncloaked just then. That's why I've gone back. I kind of want to see like, and like obviously he's disguised, but like, nah, he surely sees that. He surely sees him like cloaking. It's like hard to tell in STV, but I feel like he sees that. That's yeah. It's questionable.
Mission ends in 30
Yeah, it was a drop. It was a drop as well. It was a butter knife drop. Yeah, that could make sense, Biffs. But I mean, like, to be fair, like, everyone makes mistakes. Like, it's very, like, even people, you know, even people without, like, any, like, existing, like, medical conditions can be subject to tunnel vision and things like that.
This A.
Yo, Divider Worlds, thanks for the tier 1. Appreciate that, man. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the support. But yeah, like, even though I think Habib should have seen that, it's like, I don't know. I just can't give credit to bot mode, like, for a large part of the success. Like, the guy doesn't mess around. So I mean, his tempo, like his spy tempo, is so swift. He's so swift with the plays. Yeah, that makes sense, Viss. Like, that it would, like, affect him, like, more in that way than it would, like, someone else, and that he could have, like, more of these, like, specific occurrences. Right, let's get, speaking of Habib, when we get the next fight, I want to see the Habib pov, because we haven't really seen Habib that much this LAN. Like, the same can be said for, like, all Froyo players, but yeah. Some nice sticky, nice little surf up to the cliff. So look at this, really, really measured. Not caring about the point. Just playing like good positional TF2. J instigates. They commit together, and slowly, gradually, they're going to grind out this fight win. Damn, that tiny Uberad is going to make all the difference. That teeny tiny Uberad. But yeah, I mean, you can see the positional play is like just superb there from Froyo, like as a team. Like Habib in particular, like absorbing the pressure, using it to take a position on cliff. Not like committing to the point, just allowing the enemy team to stack up on the point and then committing slowly on your terms onto them. Not just fighting them as they like walk into you, right? It was yeah, that was a very like very good team fight from Froyo. Okay, we gotta go slow-mo on these mids. There's just too much happening on the mids. Marmaloo is in, Mirrorman is in. Okay, so big change of approach from G6. They're playing a lot slower with their soldiers this mid. But Mirrorman has just shattered their dreams. It doesn't matter. Mirrorman has got 2 kills before the G6 soldier bombs are even in. I'm gonna check the Mirrorman pov of this mid because yeah, Mirrorman literally just won that mid. Has anyone ever tried to make a better demo viewer? Yeah, there's been a few like efforts to do some things, but it's so hard. Like there's a reason that so many games don't have demos. Like Valorant, for example, doesn't have demos still, because demos in general is just such like a complicated part of like the game. So I'm just kind of thankful we have demos in Source games.
Ends in 60 seconds.
Right, games not having demos is typical. Yeah, but I feel like it took Overwatch years to get demos as well. Like basically any game that's not Source, I feel like it takes them years to get demos. Like, because obviously all built into Source already, so it's quite like straightforward. Like this tempo from the soldiers, they're so much faster than Soapy and Rakuso this mid. They're just both landing in exactly the same spot. Medic is dead. Wow, the direct splashes the scout as well. Big rocket onto the demo. Meanwhile, we see like all the boys of Froyo just vibing together. Habib Kratos, that's quite unfortunate. But yeah, I mean, this mid was quite different to the others, to be honest, because the red soldiers, the G6 soldiers, never made it into the fight. Like the coordinated bomb of Froyo was complete before like Like Rakuso kind of limply landed here and just got shot by a scout and killed. Before yeah, the Froyo soldiers were in and had done their job before the G6 soldiers had even moved. So considering all the other mids were just pure aggression, right? Like, yeah, if you're gonna let one set of soldiers go before the other set and they're playing it like in this coordinated way, you're not gonna have a good time, my friends. You're not gonna have a good time. Yeah, I mean, like, Froyo soldiers are very, very, like, they're playing, like, this map very, very well. Like, they're obviously just very good players, but, like, I cannot stress enough just how fundamentally sound their soldiers play on Viaduct. And not to take away from Mirrorman and Mamalu, but that has been the case for, like, basically all Froyo lineups. Like, if anyone wants to, like, improve, like, their Viaduct play, like, basically watching any iteration of Froyo and focusing on what the soldiers do is the way to go. Like, I will say that, like, Captain and Solentes, like, in the most recent 7 teams, I think Captain and Solentes were just as good at playing Viaduct in this way. I know that we're kind of like, it's like a running, like, meme or whatever, that we were bad at Viaduct, but if I have, like, one regret from I-65, it's that we didn't get to show our Viaduct, because I think Viaduct was one of our best maps, but we never had to show it in the end. But yeah, like, yeah, but what my original point was not to take away from Mirrorman and Mamalu, but basically all iterations of Froyo, like, with, like, obviously going back to, like, Blaze and, like, Yomps, like, rest in peace legend, like, yeah, like, going all the way back, like, as far as, you know, like, Lansky and Blaze, like, duo, they've always just had, like, superb understanding of how to work the map as soldiers. And it makes such a huge difference. And none of this is to discredit, like, the rest of the Froyo players. Obviously, it's, you know, it's a team game, but I just think soldiers completely and utterly dictate how good your team is at Viaduct. Obviously, if your demo and scouts can't get kills and do damage or make stupid mistakes and don't take, like, good trades, then you're just going to be kneecapped, right? And you can only be, like, a certain level of good. But the biggest hindrance you can have on Viaduct is for your soldiers to not have, like, the correct, like a smart approach, like, not anticipating, like, the game, not knowing when to, like, go behind, how to play, like, off Ubers, as in when there's no Ubers involved, in terms of, like, getting behind and working the flanks. What am I going to watch when I'm done with all this stuff with the localhost? Well, tomorrow is probably the best EU game of the season happening. Wait. This is poor. I'm gonna have to go back to that, because as much as I've been scarfing on the nuts of Froyo soldiers this game, that was not Froyo soldiers being good. That was big mistakes from G6. Like, one day, what I might do is, I'm not saying that we would have beaten, like, Froyo with I-65-7 or the version of 7, or maybe not even I-65-7, but like Copenhagen 7, with, like, Stark and Captain as the soldiers, or but one of those lineups. But I might one day watch one of those demos, because obviously I can sit here and observe and tell you, like, what Froyo are doing and my take on, like, the things they're doing, but I think I could explain it a lot better, like, referring to, like, a team that I was part of, and I really think that those two soldier duos, like Sil and Captain, Stark and Captain, were the only soldier duos that came close to like Froyo soldier duo level of play on Viaduct. But yeah, tomorrow there's a really, really big EU game, like, for the season. Like, I guess it's not that big because both teams are guaranteed playoffs anyway. And I actually don't know what the playoff system is in ETF 12 at the moment. But yeah, this game will most likely decide who takes first and second seed. So it's basically, yeah, the team that used to be Nerd Rage, who now has Salintez instead of Josh, as well as a different medic, I think. And the team that basically used to be Ascent, like with Pappy, the Stank, Tomas is back with them now, Classy. So basically, like, you know, this is basically as good as an EU game as you're going to get for a good while, I think. Like, which is tomorrow. Yeah, which I'll be streaming tomorrow. Like, I'll stream that live. I'll try and get on at some point before as well and maybe check out some demos of those teams. Like, you know, try and build some understanding of how these teams are playing, like, before I watch the match. But worst case scenario, I'll just watch the match tomorrow. But yeah, there's so much stuff to like that I could watch like going forward, like after this stuff. But yeah, back in this game, so Banny just hides in the corner. That's really heads up play by Banny. Like, I don't think you can really fault. Okay, this is stupid, but I'm gonna go back again because I didn't actually notice Banny doing that play before, and I want to see like like the build up to it. Yeah, there's definitely like a couple of games of like Ascent and Backyard Bullies that I would quite like to watch the demos of. Like, I'm really hoping that I'll have time to check out a few demos before watching the match. But if I don't have time, then I don't have time. Like, I can always go back to them. J-Pop. J-Dead. So wait, does he just run straight to the spot? Dude, this is actually so heads up. This is so heads up.
We have lost the control point.
Yo, this is actually a really, really nice play by Banny. I don't think I've ever seen anyone do that before, which, now that I'm watching it, it's kind of crazy, because it seems really obvious. But, yeah, that's super heads up by Banny. But then what happens next is just ridiculous. Like, you don't have Uber? Like, I've got no problem with him holding forward still without Uber, but your med can't stand here. If you're doing a forward hold without Uber, you have to have your med back. Like, you can put a lot of pressure on the chokes, right, and delay them, but like, they're for sure going to be able to bust out and shoot your med. Like, I really don't think your med can play this type of pause. Okay, the soldiers do get an unfortunate, like, bounce with the splash, but Skis is in no man's land there, man. Like, he's never going to survive. He's never going to survive, and as long as the enemy team takes a pyro to break out the choke, you're doomed, basically. You're just doomed there. So that's super questionable, to be honest. There's not even really any advantage of being there. Like, you can easily stand, like, you can keep everyone buffed and stand here. Like, you might have to come over here occasionally to, like, not even, like, the guy who plays, like, to watch main can just come and get healed, like, and still watch main. So that's kind of inexcusable. Kind of inexcusable. Yeah, like, pyro is basically essential to doing what Froyo did just there. But that's nothing like too new or too crazy. Like, we've seen that, like, a lot over the years. I mean, maybe it's not that endemic to NA. Like, maybe it doesn't happen much in NA, and, like, G6 were not expecting it. Maybe someone that's watched more NA TF2 than me can confirm. Because in EU, like, that's pretty standard, like, to go pyro there. So any med would expect it. But maybe it's not quite that standard in NA. In which case, it would make a bit more sense, like, if they were not 100% fluent in it. What is Habib's trap? Okay, the game is find Habib's traps. Okay, there they are. Damn. Sneaky trap, man. I'm pretty sure that was on my screen for a good while and I didn't find it. just hella slowed down for like no apparent reason. And at top level, it's pretty standard to go pyro. Yeah, so in that case, it's just like EU, and it's really, really inexcusable for like the positioning that Ski's played there. Wait. What? What's going on? What was that play? Is my HUD broken? I think my HUD's like broken or something. I'm really confused. What is going on? Why is it just saying overtime? I don't get what's going on. Something is fucked at the moment. Yeah, but it's like blue has the point, and it's saying like 30 seconds left, 60 seconds left. Like, this is surely not all overtime. Like, the lady's yelling like 60 seconds left and stuff at me, right? Like, this overtime should easily deplete already. Yeah, like, mission ends in 60 seconds, right? Like, overtime is gone. Like, this is not overtime, right? Like, HUD is just, yeah, HUD reload scheme. That's what I need. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while. I should just remember HUD reload scheme. Okay, so I completely lost whatever train of thought I had. But back on topic. Back on topic. Yeah. Okay. So what I was gonna say is I don't understand this play from G6. Like, I know they're down on the clock and they kind of have to make stuff happen, but. Okay, now that I've fixed all my shit, I'm just gonna go and watch that situation again. Cause yeah, I was just super thrown off by the game state being bugged on the HUD. The stats plugin? Eek. Forgot about that. Like, what was the approach from G6 here? Like, there's a minute on the clock, so they have time to fail this play, effectively. Is this supposed to be a sack play, or was it just a really, really poor push? Like, it takes a spam from Habib, bottom slope. They walk up. Rakusa completely beats his bomb. Soapy is, like... We're seeing, like, again, the soldier blade from Froyo causing problems for G6 before they're even pushing. But, I don't know, man. Like it or not, you kind of have to deal with Marmalou there. Like, you can't just like zerg forward onto the point like when Marmalou has like broken your flank open. It's just the way of it. Like, that fight was like. It's uncomfortable. Yo, 1TF2. Thanks for the raid, bro. Welcome, welcome, welcome. But yeah, like, it's hard because there's only 50 seconds left on the clock, but they just took this fight way too quickly. Like, they had to take their time a little bit more. They had to re-heal after Habib dealt his damage bottom slope. And once Marmalou and Jay create problems on the flank, like, it sucks. Like, there's 50 seconds left on the clock. It sucks that you can't like go straight to the point and try to cap it back again, but you have to get an arrow on Soapy. Like, you have to retake like control. Like, Froyo will aggro you for sure, like, while you're doing that, but you know, you have to just have confidence in yourselves that you can deal with that. Like, I feel like Rakuso whiffing his bomb was like pretty significant though, to be fair, because I was going to say, like, the main outlet that they needed was probably Rakuso to create some distraction in space. Because if they had just chased Mamalu, on that push before, then Froyo would just aggro them and they'd get crushed. So they would have needed Rakuso to do something proactive, but Rakuso totally beefed his bomb. And also this Uber is just absolutely crushing. Froyo are like full 100% confident mode. Like 1000% confident. I do just want to go back and check something, because I think I might have missed something pretty nice, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Would you be able to beat Banny as the 6th man? As the 6th man, anything is possible. So I would like to think. Yeah, my memory might be fooling me, but I think Habib hits something nuts, like around this part of the game. I mean, Habib hits nuts shit like all the time, so I guess maybe that's not really saying that much. But I think it was here in the game that Habib goes kind of buck wild, so I just want to go back and check. So Froyo take their Uber like aggressively into the team, trying to break the forward hold. I had my fucking demo UI open, but yeah, that was it. Habib is a beast. He is a beast. Okay, I had my demo UI like splurged on my screen, so we're gonna go back and check it again. But yeah, Habib kind of good at this game. On LAN. Yeah, I was gonna reload my HUD as well. It's really annoying that I have to keep doing this actually, but that's life, folks. That's life. So there's 30 seconds back left on the clock. So this push that Banny does into them with the Uber is like really strong. Like there's no choice for G6 other than to just like full commit. Banny reads it perfectly, takes the Uber into them. I guess he gets the call from Jay that they're coming main. Habib also doing a good job of like multitasking in terms of like not just only looking at Cliff. Like it's really important, I think, as a demo man forward holding, that you don't just look at Cliff. Damn, look at that shit, man. That's like LAN double air shot, man. He just aimed directly at the guy. But yeah, it's something that's not often discussed, I think. Like, it's really, like, typical, right, that demo man job on a forward hold is to hold this pause. But it's really important that they don't only hold that pause. Like, really, what you want to happen is you start there as a demo, and then one of two things happens. One, they come to you and you farm them. Or two, they come, they see that you're holding forward there. They know a demo man is going to be on that cliff, so they're not going to send their team through this door. So at that point, you just, leave some stickies, maybe have a scout spot it, and then you cycle as a demo man. You rotate and you hold a different door so that your demo man is actually being involved in whatever fight is happening. Like, you don't just want your demo man on cliff right as the entire team pushes out. So it's like having a protocol where your demo man can rotate in your forward holds is super important. But yeah, the double air shot is the icing on the cake. But there was also some really solid like fundamental play from Habib in that sequence as well. Not just a fancy shot. But the shot was pretty fucking nice though, not gonna lie. The shot was pretty fucking nice. Habib is like really good at, like, as he dies, just like piping two people. Like these like fadeaway death pipes. And like he still dies. He doesn't like save himself from death or anything, and not even getting the kill like in this instance, but the fact that that 200 damage lands is so critical, like so critical. Like it's crazy. It's crazy how much impact that has. And yeah, we're in the 4th round now. No one's capping mid. the teams have decided that mid is just like, we don't want that shit. Let's get some scouty pops in this beast. But like, you see this, like, maybe you guys don't remember, like, like the situation that occurred earlier in the game. Like, Froyo don't have like their full numbers here ready to fight. Like, remember the situation earlier in the game where it was round 1, G6 won like the initial mid fight, but then in like basically the next sequence of play, Froyo had better spawns, and in the end bot mode died, and they got stuck in this cycle of trying to hold the point, one man down, and just eventually getting like just defeated over like the next 2 minutes, like from playing from this like disadvantaged pause. Compare that to what we've just seen Froyo do, like allowing the enemy team to come and have the point, allowing them to cap it, and then when their spawns are here, engaging. And now not only do they have all of their players here, which is obviously, you know, that speaks for itself, why that's good, but now however this fight goes, it doesn't even really matter how bad or good this fight goes now. As long as Froyo play aggro and trade kills, they're going to have better spawns, and they're going to win the fight after that, right? So, like, this is, like, a really key, like, just bit of theory, like, difference. As it happens, the proactivity is really there from the G6 soldiers. Like, I like what I'm seeing in that instance from them. But, like, because of the way the spawn timers work, it doesn't even matter. Like, it doesn't even matter now, because they're going to do the same thing again, right? They're now waiting for their players, and now they're going to play with the one-man ad. See, nothing is rushed. Like, very fast, very aggressive when they commit to the fights, but they're not always committing to fights, right? That's, like, one of the key differences I see, like, between Froyo and their counterparts in America. Like, G6 are just playing balls to the wall aggro when they have the point. And when they're pushing the point, they're just, like, balls to the wall on it, you know what I mean? Whereas Froyo, there's, like, it's stop and start. Like, they know when they have to wait, like, that extra 3 seconds to take the more favourable engagement. When they take the engagement, don't get me wrong, they're incredibly aggressive, but they know when they have to wait. They know how to wait to set up the favourable engagements. And this is, like, a really good demonstration of it. Even though they lost that fight just now, it only cost them approximately 15 seconds of the clock. And then they get to take a brand new fight. They're taking an Uber trade. The trade is very, very favourable for them. And when you're pushing Viaduct, there is no such thing as a bad trade. There is no such thing as a bad trade. No matter how bad, in air quotes, the Ubers are, there is no such thing. If you full commit at the end of an Uber trade, you will get frags, you will get trades, and you will win the war. Like, you might lose the battle, but you will win the war. Every aggressive Uber trade, when you do not have the point on Viaduct, as long as you all in on that, you will win every time. And Froyo essentially engineered a situation for themselves where they could do that with a pick already. And there was 2 or 3 opportunities for them before that where we might have seen, if it was G6 out of control, we might have seen G6 just commit to that fight there and then, right, and never have these favourable situations occur. But Froyo are just ticking all of the boxes in this department, and there's something that cannot be overstated how important that is on Viaduct. Yeah, what's up, Soap? How's it going, bro? Let's get some Soapy Meister Polvit up in here. It's a nice force, but skis is too deep. Although this is actually a really, really nice fight. I'm not 100% sure about this pop, but it was very, very hectic, so, you know, we can allow it. But yeah, that was a really, really nice fight. Like, Soapy with a nice force, like, really nice escape by skis, like, playing the perfect middle ground, like, close enough that he's putting out heals for his boys, far enough back that he can just slip out there. Maybe got ever so slightly fortunate, you could argue, but still, very, very, very nice fight from G6. And this is the thing, for me, in my books. Let's check this aggression, actually, before I talk. Nice aggro sequence, but I'm not sure if this is... Okay, it's a good fight for them in this case. This is the thing. This is the difference between G6 and Froyo, in my opinion, on this map. Like, they can go toe-to-toe, like, DM-wise. Like, when they have equal scenarios, like, when they have... You know, like... How do I say it? Like... When G6 engineer a situation, or a situation is presented to them, where... Let's assume it was like a mirror matchup, and you're playing against yourself. When G6 are in situations that are 50-50 fights, they can win those 50-50 fights. Like, we're seeing improved soldier players, the map goes on for them. And, like, when they're able to have, like... When they're able to engineer these situations where they can play aggressively and dictate the fight, they do it very well. Like, they can contest through in those fights. Which is what makes this game... Which is part of what made this game interesting to watch. Because they can actually win these fights, like in terms of DM and in terms of like focus fire and general team synergy. But it's about all of the little things, like the things I was talking about before, in terms of like when you take your fight and how your soldiers set you up to take that fight in some other situations, but particularly when to take the fight, allowing yourself to stall for 3 seconds and take the fight like under a new set of circumstances that's more favorable to you. That is where Froyo are hitting the money in this game. Like, don't get me wrong. If we were to objectively measure, like, skill on an individual level, at the end of the day, we'd probably have to say Froyo have an edge there as well. But it's not a massive one. Not by any means. Like, G6 are incredibly, incredibly skilled players as well. And they're a good team as well. Like, they have good team play. But there are just... these small optimizations, but dotted all over the map and all over the game. And Froyo are making use of them and G6 are not. And we see it in the scoreline, right? We've had some close rounds, but we see it in the scoreline. And this is a thing that like... This is the classic thing with like Froyo. There's been so many... I remember so many LANs where teams would play Froyo and say... play Froyo on Viaduct and say like, it was a really close Viaduct game, like, okay, we lost like 4-1 or 3-1, I guess it would have been in EU. We lost like 3-1 or 3-0, but all of the rounds were close. It's like, yeah, okay, all of the rounds might have been close, but you can have close rounds on Viaduct, but still one team can be clearly outplaying the other team. And it's not a coincidence that one team is winning all of the rounds and the other team is not. And I'm not talking about G6 necessarily here, but this is a narrative that gets spun about Viaduct games quite often, is because the clocks were fairly close. It means the game was fairly close. Like, it can mean that. And in this case, there are close fights and there are sections of the game that's close, right? But realistically, Froyo are in control of almost every... Well, not every situation, but Froyo are like in control of the game the vast majority of the time. Again, not just talking about this game in this case. Also referring to like historical games of Froyo on LAN, on Viaduct. And other teams on Viaduct. Like, it applies to other teams, but like, I can't really speak for Seven because we were bad at Viaduct for a while and then we didn't get a chance to play it really at Copenhagen and at I-65 when, in my opinion, we like kind of perfected our play on it. Like, not perfected, but like improved substantially our play on it. Like, the rounds are close in large part. Oftentimes the rounds are close because the winning team is almost allowing the other team some extra time on the clock. Like as I was speaking about before, to enable themselves to take the fights they want to take. Sometimes that means allowing the other team to have the point more or to concede the point. And obviously, mid-fights play like a big role. Like, the first round was a lot closer than some of the other rounds because G6 won the mid, then they won the next fight, and that was already half the round ticked off. But then from there, like, Froyo took a fight on their terms, and the round was basically fairly one-sided from there on out. So yeah, went a little bit off topic there, but hopefully that makes some sense. And if anyone wants me to be more specific about anything, feel free to ask, because there's so much going on this game and on Viaduct in general that sometimes you just have to talk about these things in generalities, or we'd be here for like 9 days. Have I seen the new Kof maps, Bagel and Clicker? I've seen Bagel. Like, I watched G6 Witness on Bagel, but I didn't fully watch it, if that makes sense. I just kind of saw it happen. And I can't say for a fact that I really understand the mechanics of the map that well. Like, I haven't really watched it properly. And Clear Cut, I don't think I've ever seen a game of Clear Cut. Maybe I have. I have like a mental picture of like part of the map, but I don't think I've ever watched a game on it. At least not one that I can remember. So I'm basically an amateur when it comes to the other KOF maps. I just have my basic understanding of KOF. I will have to, if I'm going to do coverage of any games on these maps, like for RGL this season, I'm going to have to learn the maps a little bit. So I've lost the train of this round a little bit. Just wait, did May drop? I think May dropped. I think we were kind of seeing another fight, like where Froyo were taking it at their like desired tempo. But there's a May drop in there, so you don't typically win fights on Viaduct when your med is dropping Ubers. So let's get some Maypov. We were singing the praises of May in round 1. Is there the opportunity for a little bit of flame after a solid half an hour of massaging Froyotech? Can we see just a little bit of beef to make everyone feel a bit better about themselves? No, my shit's broken again. Wait, how far have I gone back? Oh wait, this is fine. So again, like, you know, like they're not taking this fight like ASAP, right? Okay, the soldiers are kind of in. They're taking the fight. Are they going to lose some bodies? Okay, what? I didn't even. Maybe I blinked. I blinked and I missed it. I didn't even see what happened in the end. What the fuck did... What? Like, I know it was a pipe, but I swear I actually didn't even see what happened. Jesus Christ, I have to rewind it again. What would my ideal my dream 7 map will be? Badlands, Granary... Not necessarily in this order, but Badlands, Granary are the 2 that would be probably controversial now, but that 100% would have to be in for me. Badlands, Gran, Snake, I guess. I don't really like it that much. Badlands, Gran, Snake, Gully, Process, Viaduct, and am I missing like a really obvious map? I'm not sure what the 7th map would be. Like, those 6 maps for me are like perfect. Like, I guess the 7th map would have to be Sunshine. But I personally don't like Sunshine, really. I'm really not a big fan of Sunshine, but it's like, I'm not a huge fan of Sunshine. Like, Snake, I'm okay with. Like, I don't like it. I don't really like Snake. I find it boring, but I've come to terms that it's like a decent map. And I kind of feel the same about Sunshine. Like, I don't really like it, but it's obviously a decent map, like, fundamentally. I'm just not a huge fan. But, yeah, I guess it would have to be Sunshine. Or Metalworks, like, maybe Metalworks. Or, actually, yeah, Gravel Pit. Like, I'm not even trolling. Like, I genuinely enjoyed Gravel Pit when it was played in 6s. And, yeah, I actually think Gravel Pit's a great map. So yeah, if I could have like Gravel Pit back in, I would actually have Gravel Pit as my 7th. And it's probably a bit controversial because, yeah, obviously that's not exactly how we play 66 these days. But I think it's great. I think it's really, really interesting from a strat perspective. You don't have this stalemate problem that people complain about in sixes. Obviously, we don't have that in like Koth or in the current rule set of this LAN, but you don't have that problem on Gravel Pit because, you know, one team is always playing against the clock. Like there are some flaws in Gravel Pit, like the concept of like giving up A because you can't hold A and B at the same time. But I think that presents a lot of interesting like strat options because the meta is that you give up A, but what if you don't? What if you put like, for example, like, what if you put like a snipe, like, you know, you can do like all sorts of like clever things, right? Like you put you let's say you have an engineer who builds like a gun on B, but he puts a TP on A in setup time, and you have like a sniper go there and like go for a pick, like, and then TP out of A. You know, there's like a bunch of like small things you can kind of do around that meta idea that you're giving up A. That I think it's okay, but I think you are right, Katangerine. Like it is slightly flawed in that sense, but I personally really enjoyed it. But yeah, let's finish this map off because we're pretty close to the end now. Oh, the sound thing. What's the command? Not mix ahead. Oh my god, I have to go through everything. Oh, it's on default mix. What the fuck's going on? Is it quiet for you guys? Oh. We'll just make do. Wait, there's another drop? May just drop again? May drop the last Uber, right? May actually just drop like 2 Ubers in like a minute. Was it the same drop? Oh, okay. That makes sense. Oh, okay. I'm smoking the good shit. Today. I'm getting thrown off by all these things, like the broken HUD, the broken sound. Honestly, man, Valve, please, Valve, please, I beg you. I fucking beg you, Valve, just fix your fucking game. Damn, Skis is flying. Look at Skis fly. So May's just having a good time, dreaming about winning LAN for the first time. Everything's chill. I'm the best medic in the world. I have psychokinetic arrows. But yikes. That's very unfortunate. Habib was super fucking deep though. Like maybe a little like out of sync with the gang was Habib there. Oh yeah, HUD reload scheme as well. My sound's busted, my HUD's busted. This entire game's busted, man. Fuck this game. I'm joking. I love this game. Hit it, hit it, hit it. Oh, you gotta hit those. You gotta hit those.
Mission ends in 10 seconds. Four, three, two, one. Overtime. We have secured.
Sorry, I spaced out like briefly there. So it's 1 minute 30. This is actual overtime for G6. What the fuck? Bombo just gets a double reflect kill straight out of the gate. How did they not win this round? Straight out of the gate, man. Man actually just gets an insta double reflect. How did it not take this round? This is wild shit. Yeah, no, the May drop was like super unlucky. Zoom in on Banny's face for this one. Oh my god, fucking hell. Ah. But that should just be like the round. Like, okay, the soldiers get fragged, but you have better spawns. I guess for you have Hazuba, but you have everything you need to force them now. Like, they're so split in their attention. Cap is chasing Mirrorman. Combo is kind of lumbering around. They're not actually going to make use of this necessarily. I guess if they kill Mirrorman, they're in good shape, but they're leaving themselves so vulnerable. I was talking about this earlier and how vital it would be that they have an outlet to stave off this aggression while they deal with the soldier behind. But right now, the soldier behind is consuming so much attention. They do manage to deal with him. Froyo decide against going aggro. So now it's just a case of getting the force. Like, one soldier is dead. You only have one soldier to worry about. This should really be like a very free force now. If someone dies to that trap, I'm actually going to cry. No, Logan. No. Logan, please. Please, Logan. No, don't fucking do it, man. Dude. Habib actually, like, waited on that for a fucking eternity. He had Logan in the palm of his hands, man. He could have killed him, like, any time he wanted. I guess he was just probably waiting to see if he could get, like, a double. But it's really sad that someone dies to this trap. Like, don't get me wrong. It's like match point or map point in a LAN grand final. Mistakes happen. But that is a basic bitch trap to die to. Like, yeah, that's one of those traps. That's one of those traps. Like, you can't be dying to that. You can't be dying to that. And as a demo, like for Logan, that has to wound you, man. Yeah, I think they were just trying to edge cap the point and hoping that Froyo would like pop into them. I mean, they obviously didn't expect Froyo to give them the point, but they're hoping that Froyo will pop into them, and then they can kite and have Uber ad, and then they just need to do like a successful Uber push. But they don't clear the basics. They don't clear the basics. Basic mistake there. A lot of the mistakes we've been seeing from G6 have been a bit more deep, but that was an absolute bottom bitch mistake. Like, with all due respect, you cannot, like, you're not gonna get away with that. Like, if you're doing those mistakes against Froyo, like, you ain't winning LAN. There's obviously like a lot more depth to this game than these types of mistakes, but in the pivotal moment in a round that's yours to win, realistically, I know they didn't have mid control, but they had everything they needed in that round, given the state of the clock and the state of... Ooh, Habib, what a fucking way to close the game. But yeah, that was like this might seem contrary to something I was saying earlier, like when I was talking about how a game can seem close, but it's not. Like, you know, when I was talking about how the rounds are close, but it's 4-0. In my opinion, there were 2 rounds in that game that were set up for... That were fairly well set up for G6 to win. Round 1 and round 4. Round 4 is the more egregious one, because they do the hard yards and engineer a situation for themselves. Like, they get, like, okay, the first half of the round happens, I forget the details, but then they engineer a situation where, okay, Froyo have Uber ad, but Uber ad really isn't that significant on Viaduct in the grand scheme of things. Like they get the pick on the soldier. They have much better like clock time. They're in OT. Froyo have like 1 minute and a half left still. And yeah, dying to a trap or edging the point, like a really basic, like, you know, the most basic trap that there can be on the map. Then also round one, they got up really well on the clock. Like they won the mid, they won the preceding fight. They took an aggro Uber onto Froyo, like effectively wiped them, like reset into basically a completely static scenario with Uberad, but didn't respect the respawn timers, so they held the point, like in the first round I'm talking about, like they held the point in a situation where they were only like 3 players, whilst Froyo were like 4 or 5 coming into the fight. They bot mode overextends or gets caught. I can't remember exactly, and they lose 1. And yeah, they never kind of reset themselves in that round for the rest of it. Like we saw Froyo in a very similar situation in round 3, where they just wait, like they concede the point, let the enemy team cap it, and then take the fight with their numbers, with their respawns, and with the knowledge that any frag trades that happen favor them for the next part of the fight. Which, as long as the clock situation isn't dire and you can afford to give the enemy team like 10 seconds of time, that's how you have to play it. And if G6 had played like that in round 1, they would have probably taken the first round, to be honest. And round 4, yeah, nervy mistakes, I guess. But like, okay, I'm obviously not like a glam cameraman, so I'm sure I missed a lot of like incredible like DM moments while watching that game. But Habib and May had some pretty bonkers moments, I'm not gonna lie. That I caught anyway. Like when I was watching the stream, there was like a lot of other like good moments as well. But yeah, these small details on Viaduct are so costly. So costly, man. Like Habib is nuts. May had like that nuts play. The Froyo soldiers, like incredibly on point in their timings and the map manipulation. But I did feel like Rakuso and Soapy were coming into the game in the latter rounds. Like round 1, they looked completely off the pace. Like once they were out of control once they were kind of like out of control, like rounds 1 and 2, they looked a bit off the pace. Not in terms of like shots, but in terms of their timings and their like proactivity. But yeah, it's these really small details. I think like I've referenced this a few times, but I'm working on some like kind of more concrete content focused around like education of TF2. And I think one of the big things that I really want to talk about is Viaduct, like in some of this content, because traditionally like NA is like much better than EU at Viaduct, but I'm seeing even top NA teams, like obviously it's a LAN final with, you know, 4 guys that have never been to a LAN. Like, and I'm not saying that these guys don't know how to play Viaduct, but they're making mistakes on some of these like fundamental Viaduct concepts or fundamental Koth concepts. So I feel like it's an area where I feel like a lot of teams could improve on. Like it's something like I can be completely honest and say it's something that 7 needed to improve on, like up until like I-63 we were awful at Viaduct. Like Amzanadiski soldier combo was really good on some maps, but then not so great on other maps. But it wasn't until like after I-63 that I really kind of just like sat down and, because historically I'd always just said like I don't like the map, like we're just gonna ban it kind of thing. But after I-63 I think the main thing was I decided that I fucking hated sunshine. So I was gonna ban Sunshine like going forward, or ban Snake or something like that. I didn't want to have to. I didn't want to have to ban Viaduct, so I decided like we put a lot of effort into it, and so even like even us were like making a lot of fundamental mistakes on Viaduct, like as recently as I-63. So yeah, my opinions on Viaduct in a nutshell. I'm gonna take a very quick 100 top NA players of all time reaction when. If you want that content, Clockwork actually has some pretty decent videos on his YouTube channel about it, and he has a lot more insight than I do into kind of the bottom half of that list. Like, I have some opinions maybe about some of the people on that list, right? But I don't particularly remember what, like, you know, I don't particularly remember how good Hero was back in 2012. Don't get me wrong, I watched some ESEA lands where Hero played, but I don't remember how good was Hero. Like, I never really played against Jaeger. You know what I mean? Like, this was never a thing that I was involved in. Yeah, I like Viaduct. Like, I quite like it now. It's not a bad map at all. I don't like the fact that it's like fully symmetrical. So that it's like different on different sides of the map. I'm not like a huge fan of that aspect of it. I kind of feel like there should be halftime on Viaduct, because I think like this symmetry is not ideal for competitive integrity, but as a map, in terms of how it plays, I'm a fan. So that was map 1. I don't have a ton of time, but I'm going to take a really quick couple minutes, and then we're going to get into Badlands, which is going to be maybe a little shorter than I would have liked, because I have a lot to say about Badlands, even though the game is going to be short. But we will then do map number 2. But I will be back very soon, my friends. Yo, what's up, my friends? Yeah, so it's RC2TA version of Badlands. So I don't know if that's the fastest cap or not. Wait, do I have the map? Yeah, Prolands RC2TA. Yeah, I was gonna say before I get into this demo, and I'm glad actually that there's some players here. I was gonna say Badlands is a very, very interesting pick for the second map of the grand final because G6 are an interesting team. Like, on the one hand, you have bot mode and Rakuso, and okay, my NA knowledge is not super spot on, so I don't know exactly how long they've been around, but bot mode and also Halo, how's it going, bro? But bot mode has been around a long time. Rakuso, like, I was like pretty hyped when I saw that Rakuso was playing actually, like playing this LAN, because I remember like Rakuso from like way back in the day. So G6 are interesting because they have these two guys who have like a lot of experience, and then they have four guys who, I mean, personally I'd never heard of before this LAN. I've not been around for a while, so like no like disrespect meant by that. But they obviously weren't, playing at a high invite level until like max, like they've been playing at like a high invite level for max 2 years, if that, like for some of them, like a couple seasons at most, in some cases. So they're a really interesting team. And pick the Badlands pick. Am I correct in saying that Badlands has not been in RGL until very recently? I'm going to assume I'm correct since no one's letting me know. But yeah, the fact that Badlands hasn't really been played in recent times means it's a really, really interesting choice. From I think G6 picked it. I think it was their pick. And I mean, I guess maybe they were just thinking they could catch Frio off guard with that pick, because it's surprising. But as far as I understand it, yeah, as Rocket God is saying in chat, like half of this team probably hasn't played Badlands like more than a handful of times. So it's a really, 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 really interesting map pick. But I have to say, like, it was very, very clear watching the game. Oh my god, the sound is back. It was really, really obvious, like, when watching, that one of these teams knew how to play Badlands, and the other team was, shall we just say, not as familiar with Badlands as the other. But yeah, I like Badlands. I think it's a great map. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. You started comp in 2017, played Badlands but not Granary. Oh, that's interesting actually. I didn't think Badlands was played that much like since 2017 compared to Granary. Whereas I remember Granary being around a lot. Like in the kind of 2017 to 2019 era, like I had to fight tooth and nail to be able to play Badlands, like in EU, like arguing with admins every season, like whining on stream when reckoner or something like that was put in for Badlands. The Zoomers disagreeing with me every step of the way. But yeah, I really like Badlands and Granary. Like, obviously they're different. They're very, very different maps. Well, to each other, they're very different maps. But even like to the rest of the Sixes pool, I feel like there's quite like a homogeneous state of the modern 5CP map. Like basically in the process like model, like process, like Sunshine, Snake, Gullywash to a lesser extent, but like those three other maps that I just mentioned, like very, very similar in their pacing in a lot of ways. Like process basically set the mold for how a 5CP map should be, and Granary and Badlands just completely break that mold. Even though they were the OG maps themselves, and Once Upon a Time Process was like this outlier crazy map, whereas now it's kind of like the baseline for how you picture a 5CP map to be. But yeah, I'm not sure where to begin. I'm not sure where to begin with Badlands because this is a map that's been around and been played for. I mean, it didn't get released with TF2, but it got released pretty damn soon after TF2 was released, and yeah, I feel like in modern TF2, like 90% of players have limited experience on the map. So in terms of like what details I could discuss as I watched this demo, it's probably endless. So I'll probably try to keep it like fairly limited because I don't have that long. I only have about 45 minutes probably. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting. So check out the demo's rollouts to begin with, because Badlands, like Granary as well actually, is one of those maps where Demo Man can have a big impact if they win sort of the demo duel at the start. And then I will take like a free cam look and check out the mids. So like, what the fuck am I doing? I forgot my way around Badlands. Okay, so Habib goes house, Logan goes window. Valley, obviously, Demeter, Marmalade rolling out choke. Bomb mode instantly on the point. And like big double bombs going up, but a lot of splitting from G6. I'm not really sure what the concept is here. These soldier bombs were not very creative, and the combo just sort of all, like, a large part of the Badlands mid meta does involve like not rushing to get up onto the point, like if it's not comfy to go up slope, or if you get forced to shithouse, it's like not the end of the world, and playing slow from the floor with like your scouts is fine as a medic, but this was very disjointed from G6, like as a starting point. Yeah, and as someone was saying in chat, like it's smoother like if you let go of crouch as you surf that ramp. So I'm gonna watch the med pov because he just kind of stopped at this point and just stood and held caps. Actually, I want to see. My binds. So they just jump at the train, but this basically just makes them sponges for damage. Like they're essentially jumping like the freest place for Habib to spam, and for players to shoot them. And it's fine to jump the train. Like jumping the train, the enemy train is fine if your combo is like here already. Like so, say you're jumping like here, from here. If your combo is like here already and can push over the point, use the map control you gain to put pressure onto slope, onto house. If there's players like choke, put pressure onto these players, then it's fine. But jumping the train while the follow-up, like your demo and your scout, are like, yeah, not in the position that I described. You're very, very, very disconnected. Like, I'm just gonna watch it from Logan's perspective, because he's obviously like playing from balcony, like should reliably be able to follow up on what's going on. Not a super healthy boy. So he drops slope and plays. So they're actually playing for under. So this is a little bit off the beaten path. Like, it is viable to do some stuff from under, but yeah, it's not particularly mainstream. Not particularly mainstream. Like it used to be like. It used to be like this like little kind of fancy gimmick strat that you would bring out. I think it was I'm gonna like, at least in European terms, I think it was a classic F2 strat, like F2 era of Epsilon, that was kind of first known for doing this, like playing under the point rather than trying to contest on top of the point. But yeah, I think the soldier bombs really did not give much to work with for G6 on this mid. So I'm just gonna watch this mid like obviously a couple of times, just because it's been a hell of a long time since I saw a Badlands game. Like, I obviously haven't been around for a while, but I've at least seen some TF2 in that time, and like my most recent like TF2 experience, like playing, was I-65, and no one would play us on Badlands. Like no one would play us on Badlands at I-65. So even though it was like, yeah, it was like our best map basically, and obviously other people were less experienced on the map, so they didn't like it anyway. So it was just anyone that played us would ban Badlands. Yeah, so it's been a long time. I'm kind of having to cast my mind back. Yeah, like Badlands is one of those maps where you can do so much impact by having a good rollout, and the jumps are actually like interesting, right? Like, it's not like Gran where you can have a big impact as demo, but the jumps are kind of like basic, like you're just jumping. But on Badlands, I don't know, it was Badlands demo rollout is actually the reason I played demo. Like, I started sixes as a soldier main, like not for very long, but like Badlands was like the go-to sixes map, and the shitty like, you know, Div 6 team that I started out playing with, we were playing Badlands, and my demo like didn't know how to roll out, and I was just looking at like the game, and I was like, bro, like if a demo could just get to this mid faster than the other demo, like they could destroy. And in the end I got like so annoyed by the fact that my demo was not like good at the rollout, that I just was like, I'll fucking do it myself. Like, I'll play demo. And yeah, that's the story of why I picked demo in like 2008. Name and shame. Honestly, like I can't tell you actually the guy's name. I can't really remember. It was just a team of like random guys from like we were all new to TF2. Like, we were all new to TF2 basically. TF2 had been out for like a couple of years. And we were all pretty new. Like, we played it on release. Like, we were like friends from like another game. We played it on release. Like, you know, we pubbed on 2-4. Maybe we played a bit of like 8v8 kind of thing. But we were like brand new to sixes and stuff like that. I remember getting 2 stickied in 2013, the first time you played me on Badlands on rollout. But yeah, no, that was genuinely my inspiration for playing demo. Was I just saw like, because in the other game that I played, it was like a Half-Life 2 deathmatch mod. There was like capture the flag game. It was like a capture the flag game mode, and rocket jumping and general movement tech was basically, there was a role in that game completely carved out where like your job was just to make like do good jumps to get to the flag. And if you could do that, it was like scoring a goal in football, you know? You could like kind of single-handedly win your team games. So coming from that game, like, that was the role I played in that game. So coming into TF2, Obviously, it's a totally different game. But when I saw that there was this potential to perfect a set of jumps and have a big impact on the game by perfecting those jumps, yeah, like once I realized that was the case, then I was just like all in on the Demo Man class. I was all in, baby. But yeah. So that's a cute little anecdote for you. But yeah, the soldier play from Rekuso and Soapy is just a little stagnant on this mid. So, nothing wrong with this at all, jumping up. But there's a lot wrong with this. Like, look at this picture right now. These two soldiers have just jumped train. There is no one over here to spam the slope. Okay, Logan is underneath trying to spam the slope, but best case scenario, you'll get a few stickies off and then get pressured back, either by one of the scouts or by a soldier landing on you. Like, as it happens, Mirrorman and Mamalu is choke, so he's not that much of a threat just yet. But I think Mamalu's actually en route to bomb slope. So you're not going to get that much pressure off on slope. So if your soldiers are jumping train, you have to be in like this area to take control of the point. There's not any value in jumping train otherwise. So these soldiers are just fodder at the moment. These soldiers are absolute fodder with these bombs. Like, if you don't have to be fast is the thing though. Like, for all my talk of being fast as a demo and getting that early damage and capitalizing on early damage and stuff, you don't have to. Like, Epsilon dominated this map in their era by playing very slowly from Valley with scouts. Like, just chilling back in Valley, letting kind of the enemy team, like, overextend, and then just cleaning up the soldiers and then committing, like, after the soldier bombs came in, and that kind of thing. So what I would like to see, if Logan and the scouts, like, I know bot mode challenge train early, but if the combo is not gonna like try to take early position on point, I would like to see the soldier bombs a lot more dynamic than this. So for example, getting into the enemy team's house, landing on, like, double bombing the slope and looking to crush the slope, delaying their bombs, like Mamalu rolled out choke. Like, that's a pretty good example of like a, you know, a bit more of a like dynamic soldier play that you can do. Maybe they were expecting like Habib to play on train or something like this, and they were expecting to find frags in this area of the map. But even if they found someone, like, if Habib was playing here, then a scout would be instantly with him, right? So it's, without your team following up, it would be a little bit sus. And on the other side of things, look, we have Mamalu instantly bombing that slope. Mirrorman follows up with the train bomb, but it's a follow-up bomb, right? His roamer, like, has already committed deep, so he's fine to jump train in that instance. Meanwhile, these guys are just getting evaporated on that train. These guys are still in Valley. It's fine that they're still in Valley, to be honest. Like, I don't, in the bigger picture, I don't mind it too much that they're not like rushing up onto the point, because that is one way of playing Badlands mid. But the soldier bombs that they did alongside that were completely incompatible. Whereas Furio's bomb, like Mamalu onto slope, and Mirrorman following up onto train, the slope bomb obviously puts pressure on the demo, prevents him getting up slope quickly, stops him from spamming Mirrorman, who lands on the train, which means the rest of Froyo, two scouts are just free to clean up these like solo aggressions, and yeah, and take point. There's obviously a lot more to the mid than that, but since I do truly feel like we're kind of, and I don't mean to be disrespectful at all, because I think like G6 are an incredible team. I've had such like a great time watching their games like this LAN, but like it's just a fact that Badlands is a map that people have so little experience on at the moment. I feel like going to like a very basic level of how to play the map in my analysis is probably more productive than it would be like on other maps. But yeah, and then, like I said, no, absolutely no disrespect like to these guys. Yeah. So this is a slightly interesting push from Froyo, like opting to go top right insta. I guess it makes sense. They don't quite have Uber yet, and top left is typically unpenetratable unless you have Uber already. But yeah, they sticky the point. They play the point. The thing is, this last push is kind of irrelevant because the mid, everyone died so late after mid that there was no setup here. Like, I could talk forever like about how to hold Badlands last in spite of the fast cap time, but it's completely irrelevant here because people are not even spawning by the time Froyo were here. Because there was some very, very late deaths in Valley. But yeah. So Froyo take a very quick first round with basically textbook play. But something I would say about Badlands is, especially fast cap Badlands, aka original Badlands, before Valve decided they wanted to fuck the map where the sun don't shine. There is absolutely no shame in losing a quick round on Badlands. Like, to enjoy Badlands, you have to come to terms with the fact, and this is maybe not quite so, I don't know, not quite so tenable in an NA first to 5 rule set, but you have to come to terms with the fact that on Badlands fast cap, you're going to lose rounds, and there's going to be situations on last where it's very easy for the enemy team to execute a push, and there's nothing you can do about it. You can be 100% perfect in your last hold, but there's a lot more margin for error for the attacking team on Badlands last, and there's a lot of wipe potential and momentum potential after mid. So you just have to be okay with the fact that you're going to lose rounds and be content in the knowledge that it doesn't matter that you lost one round, because literally 3 minutes later you could have 2 rounds yourself. Like, I could cite like numerous games like that have like 7-4 scorelines and shit like this on Badlands. But obviously in NA that's not quite as applicable because it's first to 5. But yeah. So as Mueller says, this mindset works like a lot better in the EU rule set. But it's still applicable here because, 5 rounds, like with 30-minute time limit, 5 rounds, at 1-0, it's not that big a deal, right? Like if it's 3-0, then, obviously then you're getting into trouble. But like it's okay at this point. Let's check the rollouts again because I'm an absolute Badlands rollout virgin nerd. Okay, not what we like to see. Typically you want to see a 46, 47 pack pickup, so neither of them are really nailing it, to be honest. But yeah, let's check out the play from the red team, because obviously last mid was not favorable. So this time they're trying to go up slope a bit faster, catching a bunch of damage for their efforts. Soapy is bombing kind of into house, kind of train, nowhere in particular. Rakusa with the follow-up, but again, kind of these simplistic train jumps, and yeah, no real initiative from the rest of the team to follow up those jumps. We will take it back. I'll just let the mid play out, and I will take it back with my eyes on a few other things. This mid was obviously slightly more successful, like going into house. Like, you can get into house a lot cleaner than Soapy went. Like, he did like quite like a floppy bomb, if that makes sense. So he got basically denied. But holy shit, they actually went in this mid? No, Habib manages to clean up. But damn, they actually did a really good job, like in the after fight, to make this. They get May. Holy shit. Okay, so this actually wasn't too bad at all. It's literally just Habib left. That's like such a big salvage. But yeah, so this was like, you hate Badlands rollout nerds. Man, I just like jumping. Like I said, I came from a game where like I didn't like, it was an FPS game, but I didn't shoot guns. I just jumped. Like, I just did jump maps and stuff like that. And in the competitive like game mode, I just played the jumping role. I like jumping, man. I like jumping. It's a shame that my wrist died before like jump maps were really a thing in TF2, so I could never play them. So yeah, we'll check out the Soapy Pov. So I want to see his bomb. Okay, so he's trying. Oh, wait, so he's trying to do the fast rollout. So that's something. So this is kind of plan B for him. So he's sort of bombing slope. I feel like if you want to bomb house, you probably want to do a different bomb because you're just gonna get destroyed by scouts. Like doing a single rocket jump from here in 2010 when Badlands was popular, that would have been fine. But nowadays, if you want to get into house, like a way better option is to like do what I call the mic rollout. Like the mic rollout is where you basically you jump to wait, what the fuck is the mic rollout? How did he do it? I can't remember what sequence of jumps he did. But he would basically jump to his own balcony, like from bridge. Like he would do like a wall shot in valley, and then from his balcony he would just like jump and skip off the train and go straight into house, and basically match. If I'll try and find a clip at some point, and show you what I mean by that. But if you want to go into house, something like the mic rollout. Yeah, he would. Yeah, in diag he would skip onto bow. Yeah, I can't remember exactly like where he would take off and stuff, but I remember this being like a particularly effective like soldier rollout. Obviously, Soapy was trying to do the surf off of here. But yeah, if you're looking to go into house, something like the mic rollout is really good, where you skip off bow, where you go from bow and skip off the train. But if not, skipping like wall shotting off of here or like skipping off of here is kind of essential. Otherwise, the scouts are just going to destroy you, like destroy your momentum. But the follow up from Rakuso is there this time. Like they don't both land on the train at least. Like there's at least the intention to go into house, so that's something. And yeah, they managed to trade out some kills, and they have 2 scouts left, so they actually have like a decent afterfight. But yeah, something else that we saw in this mid, we saw earlier on in the fight, we saw Skis and Logan looking like they had a bit more intention of going up slope, but because there's no pressure on Habib, like Habib has not been bombed so far on these 2 mids, right? And I feel like taking a demo out of Badlands mid is really, really important. So you're never going to get any ground on Badlands mid if the enemy demo is free to spam you. Like, okay, if demo is on balcony, okay, it's still pretty good to bomb him actually, because then you're doing 2 things at once, right? You're taking house and you're focusing the demo. That's like 2 for the price of 1. But a demo on balcony is not quite as threatening. Whereas a demo who is allowed to stand at the top of slope and spam, like, spam this train, spam top of that slope. If Demo Man is allowed to do that for free, you're not going to make any progress. Like, even if your soldiers do good bombs, you're still going to be pretty damn hindered. Like, if the demo is not pressured whatsoever. So that's like a big miss for G6 so far on these mids. But yeah, like I said, really, really nice afterfight by them to make it close. Let's go for some povs. But this is an absolute no-no. You cannot do what they just did and recommit into Valley with worse spawns. Christ, I'm only 2 minutes into the demo. I'm gonna actually be here for an eternity. I just love Badlands, I'm sorry. I'm just going to rest. Boshi did a roll up with a speed shot off Spire and was in our house at the same time as that demo. Yeah, there's some insane rollouts you can do, like with the, if you're like a really, really strong like jumper that practices the rollout. But yeah, this is like a really, really, really big mistake from G6, like committing everyone through Valley. Like, I know that May is down, but they're not stopping this cap, which means that May is spawning. Like, May is just waiting for forward spawn. And unless you're going to contest this from multiple angles, you're probably not getting in. And since you have no control of house, no control of choke, like, your entire team has to fall out Valley. Like, so our entire team is falling out Valley. Marmaloo is in house. So Marmaloo could easily have caused serious damage just by dropping into like diag. But now Jay is already on Spire as you're falling out below him. Like, good luck with anyone denying him like from that position. Jay is now behind. Mirrorman is now on you. Like, by playing 6-man in Valley, you've just conceded the entire control of second. Like, maybe they were incredibly confident that they could take mid because of the med spawn situation, but your heals don't count for that much when you can't get up a slope because there's demo man stickies there, and like scouts and soldiers raining fire down on you. You kind of need to have width to your play, right? But Bombo don't give a fuck. He's just up in people's business doing things. Yeah, he just fucking kills him. He just fucking kills him. He doesn't give a shit. Bombo says, fuck you, kaidus. I don't give a shit for your analysis. I played this perfectly. So, fuck me.
The control point is being contested.
Wait, what are you guys talking about? Yeah, there is. I can't remember if I made that. I think I might have showed that to Spud, but then he pulled it off like in a game. Or I can't remember if we were both like theory crafting together and just kind of found it simultaneously. I can't quite remember that. But yeah, I think maybe it was my idea. But yeah, it's 2 stickies off of the wall on Shah. Yeah, you surf up the ramp and you can do some insane shit. But it wasn't like super viable. It was like really hard to hit consistently the right angle on the slope. But yeah, the idea is you can surf off of jump pad slope and land on balcony as the demo with 2 stickies. Do I think? Wait, I feel like I missed a juicy question. Do I think 7 could have won this tournament with practice? Honestly, it's very difficult to say. Like, I think we would have placed second, like for sure. And again, like no disrespect, I'm confident in the old boys club. I think it's possible. It's possible, but like I'm quite happy to say, like straight up, that like last few years of me playing TF2, I'm not able to practice mechanics because of my wrist, and I'm basically just like I do the default damage that's expected of me. Like I deny ground and play smart as a demo, but I don't have like the raw aim. Like I just physically can't move my wrist the way that I used to because of the tendon damage. So that's one area we would be weakened. But I think, we always did fine with me anyway, so I think we could. Like, it would have been insanely close, I think. Like, that's kind of like my lasting regret of TF2. Like, okay, I-65 was nuts, and it was like a pleasure to play Ascent NA, but the version of 7 with Sil, like, I know that we actually lost to Ascent NA in the upper bracket final. We were kind of in some wonky-ass form going into that LAN compared to how we normally performed. But, like, Copenhagen, like, with Tiger, and then like some of the seasons like leading up to I-65, we were like we'd cracked Viaduct and we were fucking insane. Like I think we would have had like a really good chance, like assuming that we were playing for the past 2 years and fresh. But yeah, it's very difficult to say. But I honestly the 3-minute round format wouldn't have phased me. It doesn't phase me at all. Like if anything, I think it allows you to play slow. Like, imagine this, like 7 are known for being really slow, but like a lot of the time, okay, we would have to push stuff more, but the thing that allowed us to play slow was our holds were so strong. And the thing I'm noticing in this tournament is no one can hold last very well. Like I don't really have that much data on Froyo holding last because they didn't get put in that position very often. But no one can hold last, so no one has been abusing this, but teams could force new mid fights pretty much whenever they wanted if they could just hold last well. And if there's one thing 7 could do, like we could hold last for I don't know, give me a time, like give me like an hour of the day and I'll hold last until that hour, you know what I mean? So even with the 3-minute rule set, like without a drastic change of mentality, I still think we could have been incredibly competitive. But we would have like to have the same playstyle, we would have had to have abused that mechanic quite a lot. But I mean, you can look at like I-63, like 7. Like, granted, I think this Froyo roster is probably. I don't know if this Froyo roster is stronger overall. Like, Jay has better DM than Arik, but Yomps, like, rest in peace legend, is just a fucking machine. I think Yomps and Garbuglio is probably a stronger soldier duo. Than this duo. And I-63-7, we didn't play defensive. Like, we had Tiger, Ams, and Adiski who liked to play aggro, so I just went with that. Like, we played like really, really messy TF2. And okay, we got rolled in map 5, but we went to 5 maps, right? Yeah, Frey had 2 stand-ins. But I'm quoting like their roster. Like, I think Garbuglio and Yomps together are a better soldier duo than, like, I'm not, like, no disrespect to Marmalu and Mirrorman. I just think Yomps was absolutely like next level, like matched only by some of the all-time like greats, like, you know, your Mikes and your captains and people like this. And Garbuglio is fucking insane as well. Like, don't get me wrong, Mirrorman and Marmalu are really, really good, but from what I've seen so far, I just think the other one had the edge slightly. You know what I mean? Like, they're both insane soldier duos, but I think that one was just ever so slightly better. And obviously, yeah, they didn't have the practice because they were like, Garbuglio was a stand-in, but yeah, don't see this as a diss of Mirrorman and Marm, like, not by any means. It's just a compliment to Garbuglio and Yomps. But yeah, my point of I-63 was more just that we showed that we're more than capable of playing aggro, like, if we chose to. And I felt like it was the right decision for that roster to play aggro TF2 and, like, play very fast in a lot of situations. But with other rosters, I felt like it was better to play the way that we played. But yeah, we showed that we can play, like, aggro, I think, with that team. Okay, so anyway, back. Torret, I assume that you're trying to, like, zoo keep these nuts or something like these, but I ain't biting. Yeah, Yom started out as a scout. And arguably his scout was better than his soldier. Arguably, scout is a more powerful class, so maybe soldier can go a bit understated at times, but of course, Yomps, like, you know, pretty much all of his achievements came on soldier, just because he made that role swap, like, when coming, or like after being on Froyo for a brief period. But yeah, I remember getting absolutely obliterated by Yomps at I-63, man. So many goddamn times, like, I got absolutely obliterated by that man. Like, I don't typically remember things like that. Like, I don't remember, like, who air shot me when and those kind of things. But Yomps had, like, on an individual level, Yomps had my number. Like, the only other time I can remember, like, an equivalent was Yuki at I-52, where you could make, like, probably like a 2-minute montage of Yuki air shotting me at I-52. But yeah. Like, Yomps was insane. Yuki was pretty good as well, not gonna lie. But yeah, on that topic, Yomps was just insane. So this was obviously a wild tangent from Badlands. No, Yuki wasn't Australian. He was the pocket soldier and in-game leader for immunity at I-52. And he was very fucking good. Very smart guy as well. Okay, so some TF2 happened. I didn't see it, and the time is getting on, so I'm just going to let it roll. I don't care that Badlands is not being played in EU. Like, after doing this demo, after doing 5 minutes of this demo review, I guess actually it's only a 16-minute demo. Like, I am actually making progress. It's not too bad. But yeah, I really want to make some, like, content about, like, how to play Badlands, and then if some Americans want to, like, look at it this season for like playoffs or something and have it in their back pocket, then they can. And I'll just like pray for the rest of my life that Badlands gets reintroduced into EU at some point, because I still think the map has so much potential to provide great games, like way better than some of the dog shit that you see on like fucking Sunshine and these type of maps.
The control point. Alert. The control point is being
Okay,
captured.
so Logan watching a cheeky trap, but with the intention to back spawns. Okay, so Badlands pro tip: if you do not run the loose cannon on last, then you are actively trolling and throwing for your team. Not running loose cannon here is literally criminal. It's literally criminal. With this ad in particular, like stuffing the Uber is just, oh, he's taking loose cannon, let's fucking go. Logan knows, dude. This guy knows. The Zoomers know. Alright. Dude, I was a Logan fan already, but now I'm just fully on board. I'm fully on board. But, oh shit, Freya have crits, okay. I mean, not really much comes from it, rather. Rakuso and bottom mode are marshalling bottom left. Pyro is doing its job. Logan just misses his death ever so slightly. Oh, yeah, this is an interesting one. Control of lower right has been lost. Mom is above the point. No one's holding top, so Logan kind of has to worry about everything right now. Like, this should be a hold, but yeah, this is very, very scrappy. I think the crits caught them, like, by surprise a little bit. And they're not watching lower left. Like, okay, so anyone that has played Badlands, like, and I mean played Badlands, you know that one of two things must always be the case on last. And one is that you see lower left, or alternatively, two is you have someone actively on the point. Like, in any downtime, in any post, like, Uber fight, just in any generic stalemate, you just need to care about the point all the time. All the fucking time. So this is a decent play by Jay and Mom to kind of take a fight bottom left as the crits comes in. The crits is ineffective, denied by the pyro. Logan just has to relay his stickies all the time. Like, someone could definitely be pressuring Habib, like, by this time in the fight. But yeah, like, there's an NG watching it. They have both soldiers down. Like, I guess typically your soldiers are the ones that would watch it, like, ordinarily. Med and Pyro up standing on the cap. This timing. Oh, this timing is really unfortunate, actually. So Medic and Pyro was standing on the point watching it. To be fair, 3 stickies is not enough, in my opinion. Like, you kind of have to have a lot more stickies than 3. Oh, he's got some on the ring. Okay. But yeah, I think you probably need to dedicate, like, a bit more stickies than that to the floor of the point. But yeah, that's quite unlucky. Like, Medic and Pyro are watching the point. They see that their Roma has spawned, so like, okay, lower left is being watched. We can leave now. And then Soapy sees something shiny in spawn and just kind of wanders off. Maybe he was, like, trying to change his loadout or something like that. But yeah, that's, yeah. That's the thing that you just, again, it just comes down to protocols. Like, you have to just have that drilled into your head. Like, leaving lower left open, it's like having your med holding rollout on process, you know? It just would send, like, fear into your brain if you even consider doing it. And you just need to kind of learn that habitually. Okay, so back on mid. So Habib takes point. Contested by bot mode. Bot mode is spammed down. Mirrorman this time playing under mid. Rakuso So no real bombs coming. We're getting double slope bombs from Mirrorman. And Jay also aggroing underneath slope. And once again, we're just kind of seeing no real synchronization or creativity in the bombs of from G6. And once again, I'm gonna go back because there's just so much, there's so much that we can unpack on these mids. I'm just gonna go on Habib's POV. Like, don't really care about the rollout this time. He's a bit slow, but so is Logan, so it's fine. Like, Habib is just spamming. Like, he denies bot mode the point. And now, okay, he actually gets one rocket shot at him. Oh, that's a really nice sticky pipe combo. Jesus Christ. Okay, so that's just nice DM. But that's the first rocket that's been shot at Habib on this mid, on this map, like on mid. And yeah, this is the thing. G6 are stuck in this very, very uncomfortable middle ground at the moment. Like, there are two approaches you can take to Badlands. You can be fast and take the point aggressively and try to contest for the point and for the enemy's train and to put pressure and damage onto their slope and not let them up if you're good enough. Kind of roughly what you saw Froyo do here. So fast bombs, demo contesting the point. Obviously, like, med scout playing around the demo and one of the scouts, like, available to go aggressive if there's, like, damage to follow up on or openings to be found. But if you're not doing that, then you have no business being on slope. Like, being on the middle of slope is the worst place you can be. Unless your intention is to hard contest and get up fast and fight, just staying on the middle of slope is the worst place to be. Like, you can play slope, you can play at the bottom of slope, you can spread out into valley, and you can take, like, the late fight. Like, you know, you can have your soldiers do safer bombs, like, not just bombing train, like, statically, but, you know, doing, like, a high bomb, landing on their balcony, going behind, you know, rolling out your choke, you know, different things like that. So I'm not impressed by the soldier bombs. I'm a bit disappointed, actually, by the soldier bombs of G6 on this mid. Just because they're not coordinated. Like, there's one thing, like, it's one thing to not understand some of the dynamics of the map in terms of like the slope dynamic. Like, middle ground of slope is the worst place on earth, and that's something that a lot of people don't appreciate. Like, that was something that I would always have to, like, teach my teammates when we played Badlands, and my medics as well, like, or most of my medics. I would always say to them, like, if it's not comfortable to get up slope, don't try to get up slope, because slope is where mid-fights go to die. Like, if you can get up slope, great, get up there and heal me, because I was on the point most of the time. But I mean, in this case, like, Logan is not even top of slope already, so there's nothing for Skis to heal up there. It's just Logan and Skis trying to get up there. But there's no rush. Like, if you can't get up slope, then just play slow from valley. Just spam the point. Like, don't let the enemy team get, like, too much position, and wait for your soldiers to have some effect that you can follow up on. But the soldier effect is not going to be just, like, bombing their train. Like, that's never going to work. Like, train is just, like, too default of a position to deny for the enemy. Like, these bombs that we're seeing from Froyo, like, when they're, like, with, like, Mom, like, hitting slope, or Mirrorman hitting slope, and one of them, like, coming underneath, this is way more the type of stuff that you want to see. Like, maybe next mid. Okay, we'll watch this first, actually. So this is a cool play, like, just running in bottom left, playing the point insta. Soap is just having a good time. He's just like, yeah, alright, lads, I'll just jump on a cell cap. I think this Pyro needs to be getting probably more involved, though. Like, maybe not. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is tough. Soap is just being hung out to dry. Like, it's all well and good controlling top right, but Logan's gonna run out of ammo eventually, you know? You can't only control top right. Like, once the Uber fades, you have to collapse. And the thing is, like, Okay, we'll let the fight play out. Like, something about Badlands that runs fairly contrary to a lot of like modern TF2 as well is on last. Your soldiers have to, or one soldier has to take risks on last. Like, I was discussing earlier how on like process. 1 second, sorry. Yeah, so what I was going to say was, so like I was talking earlier about how the meta of process last pushes used to be, like, I'm talking like 2014 era, was like Uber in, kill the gun, and then look for a soldier who's doing something stupid like feeding and rollout or trying to push lobby, because that used to be a thing that everyone did. And the reason everyone did that on maps like process is because...
Oh, Jason, I cannot breathe with this air.
Mr. Boss, thank you for the sub, boss. I appreciate the support. I appreciate it, man. But yeah, the reason soldiers did this on process, even though it's actually a pretty bad idea because it's very, very easy to be cleaned up, is because back in 2014, we basically all learned our understanding of TF2 based on what was good and what was bad on Badlands. And on Badlands, this point is too easy to cap, to just watch it be capped. Like, you cannot just, like, on process, like, imagine the point capped slowly or whatever. Like, if you can just stay, like, in a good position on process and be ready to fight the point when they play it, then you can win that fight. Like, if they don't take away your good position, so imagine, like, you're playing, like, you know, right of point on process or, like, right bow on process and there's 0 cap time, you can stay there for a long time and it doesn't matter, you're fine. But that's not how Badlands works. Like, you can't just stay top right, stacked up with 4 guys, while their scouts repeatedly are cycling your stickies on the point. Because at some point, you're going to run out of ammo, and at some point, you're going to panic, and you're going to have 3 guys drop down to the point.
Jason, I cannot breathe.
Yo, Barrow. Appreciate the sub, bro. Thank you for the prime. Thank you for the prime. Thanks for the support, guys. But yeah, at some point, you're going to panic, and you're going to drop down, and 3 guys are going to suddenly be on the point, and then a demo man who's just chilling in main or wherever is going to destroy you. Like, you're going to suddenly have, like, no control. So that begs the question, obviously, like, what do you do instead then? Well, arguably one soldier has to do something similar to what Soapy is doing and be an extra body to kind of deny the point. But Rakuso, in this situation, Rakuso has to be proactive. He has to do something proactive. He has to he has to find the door that they don't push through, and he has to push that door. And he has to do something to offset the control that you get with the Uber. So in this case, what I would recommend is, like, so default Badlands last push is top left, right? So a good thing I think for a soldier to do is to push top left lobby, like, behind the Uber. Like, be ready to push this doorway that I'm aiming at. Be ready to push that doorway so that you can flank the combo when they are here. Like, imagine that they did Uber in there, you stuff them with your pyro and your gun and your loose cannon. If a soldier is, like, ready to then push behind them in top lobby, he's going to find a lot of success. But in this instance, okay, so they've pushed lower left. So what would that soldier do? Okay, when the enemy team pushes lower left, there's 2 possibilities. 1, demo is with them. In which case it's a little less unclear. It's a little less clear what you do. But in this case, like, you have to have Habib. Like, you cannot allow a demo man to stand in main for free and continuously re-sticky the point whilst there are 2 scouts ready to play the point and half of your team is standing top right. If Rakuso just pressures Habib here and gets rid of him, rather than focusing the point with everyone else. Like, just completely forget about lower left when they come there. Just, like, already have, like, a pause, like this or some shit. And as soon as this Uber comes in, just drop down and fight in main. Like, I feel like, as a general rule, one soldier has to be proactive on Badlands Last. Like, maybe you kind of need one of them to help with the point, but like one soldier has to do something proactive to like, if you can last out the Uber, aka what we're seeing in this situation. Like, if you can last as long as G6 lasted here, I don't know, how do I phrase it? Not only is it obviously really, really nice if a soldier has a flank by then, or has found a pick in one of the other doors, or in main, or wherever, but it's basically necessary, because even if you have control of top left, and then the Uber fades, the enemy probably has control of top right in this scenario where they push lower right. So it's just going to be a case of them shooting the sickies and constantly cycling that. And you have 2 off classes, and one of the soldiers is dedicated to blocking the cap, so you can't like double bomb them in this position, right? Your demo man can't really sticky them because he has to keep his stickies on the point. So really your only option is to flank them, or to push the doors or to push the weaknesses. And the weakness in this case is the demo man playing alone in main. And yeah. That's what I think about Badlands Last. Or about this particular aspect of Badlands Last. We haven't actually seen a cookie cutter push so far, so I haven't really talked anything about the default like pushing and stuff like that. But we'll check out this mid, see what the scoop is. So Soapy Mai says hit his rollout, kind of. So this is a bit of a different mid now. He's actually hit the rollout, so he's very fast on to train. Lomod is playing the point. Logan is completely alone on slope. And they're trying to go under. Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. It's surprising, at least. It's interesting. It's interesting. Like, it's definitely a strat. Like, it's definitely a strat. I'm personally not, like, the biggest fan of the under strat. Like, I think it can work, like, every now and then, I guess. But for it to work, I feel like you really need, like, one soldier to be, like, landing behind them. So, like, going into their house. Or going... Either landing behind them in their house, or, like, landing on slope as you push under. Like, so jumping high and landing on slope as you push under. I don't think you can just kind of walk under into the enemy team. Like, I feel like you get spammed really, really easily. Especially if a demo man is playing balcony, it's like so easy to deny. And obviously you're giving up point position by default. So if you're not getting any value from being under, then you're losing by default, you know? You have to find value there. And just a soldier walking up, yeah, I'm not sure. Not convinced by it personally. But, ooh, that air shot though, that was pretty fucking nice, not gonna lie. That was pretty fucking nice. Wow, okay. Rockets are being hit. I was kind of glancing away there. I don't know exactly what happened in the aftermath of that mid. But fight was taken, and it was not won by our protagonists, the red team. I say our protagonists. I'm kind of putting more focus on them because I feel like they obviously have more struggles with the map. So they're re-pushing Spire. This could be huge by Rakuso. This is exactly the shit that I like to see. This should be massive. This should be massive. Beast play, beast play. Really, really good timing and flank by Rakuso. Oh, free and med dropped? I missed that completely. You know, this whole multitasking thing, you know, they say that men can't multitask. I'm proof. I'm proof. Or evidence, at least. Maybe not proof. Okay, so this fight is kind of confusing. I'm going to go back, because again, I looked at chat, and the game moves so fast that if you look away, you kind of get out of the loop. Wait, what's going on? What the hell is chat talking about? I'm actually still just gonna crack on with things. So, wait, I think I might have gone back way too far. Oh no, May just died to the Rakusa flank. Okay, so really nice second recap, and like perfect flank by Rakusa, like perfect. Like really showing his like experience, to be honest, because that's vintage like Badlands second retake. But then what happens? Like, again, they've sent entire team through Valley while they have heal advantage. And again, it's just not going to work out for them. Soapy does a high bomb. Gets denied. His team have made no progress. Skis doesn't even seem willing to progress. Like, this is the thing. It's really hard to do anything, like, without actually having Uber to get you up slope or through shithouse. It's really hard to do anything from Valley. Like, if they'd just gone anywhere apart from Valley, like, I think they'd be fine. Like, if they'd just gone choke and played slow, spammed anyone, like, you know, like, slow spammed anyone off the train, they very easily get good position. But that's the second time they've favored Valley for their mid refight with, like, heal advantage. And, I don't know. It's not like it can't work, but it doesn't seem optimal to me. But that's an area where I'm kind of willing to maybe cede some ground and say this concept could work, but they're just not executing at the moment. But they look a little lost, to be honest. Like, Soapy has his high bomb, and no one else is really going forward or doing anything right, which means to me, or suggests to me, they're not really comfortable going through any of the choke points or going under the point or anything like that. I feel like if you get stuck in Valley, you kind of just have to bite the bullet and commit somewhere, or just go back, which they did do this time. Whereas from choke, it's very easy to slow play it. Like, because the thing is, if you slow play it from Valley and then decide to get back out, we have what happened in round 1, where by the time you're rotating back by forward respawn to get back onto second, there's already a scout capping spy, you know. So it's like the risk does not justify the reward when you can be just as effective pushing like choke or house or a combination of both. I'd say pushing from Valley once every so often, like if you've done a lot of pushes to mid and you want to spice it up and throw in one where you go Valley, that's fine. But even then, it should only be like 4 guys. Like, you want a guy in house and you want a guy on choke still, so that J thing can never happen. That happened in that one round. Should never be like 6 guys. So this is interesting. Mamalu has done a very fat... Wait, how did he get there? I took my eyes off the screen for a second, and man is just in places where he don't belong. Let's get on this mom cam, if I can. Oh, okay, he's been behind for a while. So okay, so I've missed something. They've obviously done a flank play. I need to go back a little bit further. Jesus Christ, I'm not gonna make the timing that I had in mind, but it's fine. I can run a little late. It's all good. It's all good in the hood. Okay, so we want that mom cam. Why am I so bad at finding binds? So Mamalu just takes house. Like, no one, despite the fact they're trying to do a push into mid at the moment, no one of G6 is playing house. So Mamalu can just get behind for free, I'm guessing, in the end. But this is so dangerous, having no one in house. Like, house is such a pivotal part of any, like, any transition, mid to second, second to mid, house is so important. Even if it's just like one guy watching it, like you can never ever leave this open. Okay, so he gets up in a hiding spot, but he realizes no one's coming house. He now has a free bomb onto the med if he wants, but he opts not to. Like, he very easily could have just gone for the med, but he's opted. I guess he has pain train equipped, so he's gone behind. Yeah, he has pain train, so he's prioritizing backcapping. But yeah, this is you can't have like you can't not have anyone in house. House is like the connective tissue of all pushes to mid. You have to have people in house. Like, doesn't have to be your combo. Like, if you don't have Uber, it's probably not advisable to have your combo there. But having no one there is a cardinal sin. A cardinal sin. So Mamalu's still behind, causing so many problems. And he's again capping Spire. And now check this follow-up. Froyo are going to follow this. Like, he takes some eyes. Both scouts chasing him. Choke is free. Okay, Mom should be screaming for some push. Okay, Jay is behind as well now. This is actually kind of sketchy from Froyo. I'm surprised they're not doing more with this, actually. I guess they're really respecting the ad of skis. Okay, now Jay is backcapping. So Jay and Mamalu are doing work right now, but I'm kind of surprised that the combo of Froyo are not doing anything. Like, I guess it would be risky to come and try and, like, spam, because you could get, like, popped on, but Mom could easily have communicated that both scouts, like, one scout was on Spire, and one scout was killing him in trash. They could easily have communicated there's no scouts, which means Habib is, like, free to come forward and spam closer, because he can't be, like, scout Ubered on. So, surprisingly disjointed play from Froyo here, actually, like, potentially showing that they don't play this map that much either. Because that was really good work by Mom. It deserved some better follow-up, in my opinion. Okay, a very interesting Uber into the point here. Ubers are traded. Oh boy. Where to begin? Where to begin? Where to begin, man? I mean, I guess this is probably partly initiated by the fact that it's the 3-minute round timer, so you kind of have to just go for it. Like, yeah, I'm thinking maybe they've just not. They've stopped timing. They've stopped timing Uber after they got it. Like, you know, when you get it in your head that, like, okay, guys, we have like 50% ad. And then you get Uber, and then you stop counting. From the moment you get Uber, you just have in your mind, we have ad. And then you just go, yeah, you know, you take 10 seconds to get somewhere, and in that time, they've obviously caught up on Uber. Like, so yeah, this looks to me like a classic case of just mistiming, or just underestimating the enemy's, like, Uber building speed. The spawn timers on this map seem a little bit janky to me. I don't know if they've been changed, but like this was a fight on mid that these guys wiped from, and that, like, second has been capped. I guess Froyo already had mid. Maybe it's not that bad. Okay. Habib knows he's in the tube, right? I assume Habib knows he's in the tube. Yeah, difficult that he's in the tube. This was a pretty strong hold, though. It was a pretty strong hold. Like, a pretty good collapse. Like, really risky when they dropped all to the point together, but that's Badlands Labs, baby. You gotta just take the risks. Half cap when they wiped? Oh yeah, that would make sense actually, right? Mamalu got like a lot of cap time before the trade happened. But yeah. So they're taking mid. Everything is kind of cushy. Having a good time. Slight Uber disad though. Slight Uber disad and no stickies up. They have mistimed Ubers again here. Absolutely no preparation for Fro to push. I think they've lost track of the game at this point. Like, Logan should have stickies on top of house and probably here on valley. No one is ready for this push at all, and they're going to get caught by it for sure. Habib gets fucking blocked. He gets fucking shot into the floor. That's fucking heroic by Soapy. Oh my fucking days. But still, I'm pretty sure they're going to get absolutely trashed because they've completely misread the situation. They've completely misread the situation. He's going to die to a roller. He's going to die to a fucking roller. No, he's not. He's alive. He lives. But yeah, complete misread by G6. Not tracking the Ubers well at all in this scenario. But there's no alternative. We'll watch this fight play out, and then we got to spec Soapy. This Soapy, get down, Mr. President. Get down, Mr. Presidente. It's in the RGL map pool and was in the map pool for this LAN. I personally really hope that I can somehow persuade the world that it's a map that's worth keeping in map pools, because I enjoy it so damn much. I think there's so much to like about this map. But yeah. So this is just pure heroics from Soapy. They're like really like, I don't know what happened here. Like, they had to know that they had disad, and it's like, even if you don't have disad, it's a little bit like inexperienced of Logan not to be trapping things, because it's like, why not, you know? Like, why wouldn't you trap things? It costs you nothing other than ammo, which you can very easily replenish. Like, on this version, there's like extra ammo packs and stuff like that. So why wouldn't you trap, like, at least house, you know? Like, because Fro could very easily have dry pushed this. Like, I think everyone's here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So everyone's here. So Fro could very easily have dry pushed. You know, like, you wouldn't put it past them whatsoever. So the fact that there's no traps and no defensive position, like, what's the value in stacking here? There is none. Like, someone could very easily be in house, like, taking info already, like, jumping to balcony, getting info on valley. Someone could be standing on this train, spamming choke. Logan can be sticking things up. So, questionable that they don't do any of these things, regardless of their understanding or knowledge of the Uber timing. But the fact that it's an ad situation and none of this stuff happens is catastrophic. But it's almost salvaged by some genius work by Soapy. Look at this shit. Look at this shit, mate. Fucking hell. That was insane. That was insane. And almost a perfectly timed rebomb as well, but not quite. But going for it again. Doesn't quite get the frag, but I think that should set up the mid-kill. No way May lives. So they somehow come out on top of this engagement. Like, that is incredible that they come out on top here. That is absolutely incredible. And I mean, honestly, like, I'm sure other players did good things as well, but Soapy did a hell of a lot of work there. Like, denying Habib's bomb, because they were completely caught with their pants down. Like, no two thoughts about it. Like, they were not expecting a push there, let alone an Uber push. And they were completely caught with their pants down, but Soapy just fucking hard denies Habib, and then puts pressure on the medic in the immediate aftermath of their Uber, and then gets enough damage onto the medic that it just causes all kinds of chaos. I'm sure that, yeah, the scouts and Logan probably put out damage and things like that, but very fortunate to come out of that one on top. So, this is the closest they've been to taking a round this game. What happens though? Do they just get flanked? They just get absolutely mulched. They just took their eye off the ball for like a split second. They took the eye off the ball for a split second, and it's doom and gloom again. Like, Banny flanked somehow. I didn't see how though. Oh, my game's crashed. That's so cringe. What tick was that? Like 57,000 or something? $10 points to Gryffindor for whoever remembers what tick I was on. A lot of good players in ETFL have been asking for Badlands back, but the player base as a whole is unsure, I think. Yeah, like... This is the thing. I feel like if you... Obviously... that was 5. Yeah, I'm gonna watch Prem like this season, like starting tomorrow, like when Evil Guys play. When Evil Guys play, I'll go back a bit further just in case I'm wrong. When Evil Guys play Backyard Bullies tomorrow, I'll be watching that live. Like I'll stream that game. But yeah, like the thing is with Badlands is like, there's obviously exceptions, but. Am I at the completely wrong part of the game? Maybe I'm not in the right part of the game. 50,000. Yeah. I put the wrong tick. Thank you, Apollo. 10 points to Gryffindor. Yeah, like, there's obviously exceptions, but if you understand Badlands, I think you enjoy playing it. But I can completely understand how unfun it is to play a map that is comparatively to, like, the average map now, very different. But there's so much to like about the map. It's just a case of... I honestly think it's mainly a mindset thing. Going back to the point I was talking about in terms of not worrying about losing rounds on this map compared to other maps. Like, of course, you should always not want to lose rounds, but compared to other maps... it's really like, you just have to get in the mindset of it's fine, we'll like, you know, it's like in like football or soccer, if any like Americans are watching, like you can take like an approach where you play defensive or balanced and you want to score goals and also defend, or you can just go full out and say we're going to score more goals than the opposition, and that's Badlands. You just have to score more than the opposition. Like, it's like I said, this is a point that's mainly applicable to EU because NA kind of more has that mindset to begin with, and also you can very easily have like games that go over 5 rounds in EU on Badlands, in EU rule set on Badlands. But yeah, I think if people were comfortable playing Badlands, they would get a lot of enjoyment out of it. So Banny did he just run along balcony? So Banny and Jay, they're both just gonna run and shoot. Where was Logan in all of this? Yikes. That was not good. Banner's last is problematic, but their match of last just as bad, if not worse. Yeah, I mean, I was having this discussion yesterday, I think, where I said basically every last in the game is bad in some way. I think like Gully is maybe the only one you could make an argument for that it's not bad. But the problems with Badlands last, in my opinion, are way better than the problems with like Snake last or Sunshine last. Like, it being too easy to cap with ad is a great problem, like in terms of promoting like aggressive play, because the thing is, it has knock-on effects, right? It doesn't just mean pushing last is easier. It means, as I described with the soldier play on holding last, it incentivizes taking more risks as the defending team on last, and it also incentivizes taking more risks as a team defending second. Like this second hold we're about to see from Froyo, arguably, this is not a fight they should be taking, right? I mean, it's simply not a fight they should be taking. Like, your medic is down, and you're hard fighting Spire, or your medic is just spawning, and you're making like a mad dash to fight for Spire. Like, this is not a fight, realistically, that you want to take on another map, but holding last with this ad sucks. Like, that's basically a guaranteed round. If you get an ad push onto Badlands last, it's as good as a guaranteed round. You will get some last holds occasionally, but it's like a 90% convert rate or something like that if you're like decent team. So it heavily incentivizes taking fights around Spire, and Spire fights are really fucking fun because there's a lot of verticality. And it also incentivizes things like trying to backcap mid. And obviously this flank that we're seeing from Marmalu is really, really timely. And is going to enable Banny and Jay to completely get into the fight and wipe them. But would we see this play on second of process? I mean, maybe. If Marmalu had a great flank, then maybe. But I don't think so necessarily. I think, at least from my perspective, I would not endorse this play on second of process probably. I'd probably say that it was like a very, very risky decision. But on Badlands, this was not a risky decision. I mean, in terms of the isolated fight, it's a risky fight to take. But what is the alternative? The alternative is holding a last that you have no realistic chance of actually holding. So you're heavily, heavily, heavily incentivized to take this fight, which is really fun. You can take that fight without any, like, you're not stupid for taking, like, this fight. Even if Mom wasn't flanking or had a much worse flank, you could still make an argument for putting up a lot of, like, resistance on the Spire fight. I didn't actually check where Logan was, but again, I just think they were not prepared for Froyo to push them. It didn't look like Logan had, like, traps anywhere. They were just stacking the point with everyone, and Froyo can basically walk in. Obviously, they get flanked, which doesn't help, but they're just, like, not prepared for pushes. This fight is an interesting one. So this is... yeah, this is a... what the fuck happened? I realize I'm just, like, rewinding basically everything, but it's not too bad in this demo, because this demo is quite short. Just gonna watch this from the Habibov. Yeah, so like what? They just get absolutely mulched. They just go for a full dry push. I mean, like, they're 3-0 down. Like, I guess they have the right to try that. I think there's probably more creative things they can do to set it up. Like, they could probably do something active on the flank first. Like, you know, jump like a... like, something I used to like doing, for example, was, like, as a demo, and obviously this is not my main recommendation, but, like, on this fight, as a demo, like, I would, like, jump, like, if I wanted to dry push second, like, through a chokehold, I would, like, jump to Spire, take a buff, jump to Spire, get some cap time. My team would, like, follow, like, would then, like, initiate their bombs onto second, and as the scouts, soldiers, whoever, came back to focus me, I would then jump back to choke, and then just try to do my basic demo man job as a demo and just put out damage in the fight. Obviously, I would have a bit less HP, but assuming that the soldier bombs were remotely successful in following up my initial jump to Spire, it was like quite effective. But yeah, I mean, the medic dies to a trap, but I don't think they win that fight regardless. Like, not only did Habib get the trap kill, but he was arcing stickies. Like, there were like 2 stickies mid-air as skis ran over his trap. I just don't think it was a particularly effective engagement. Like I say, yeah, there's more creative things you can do. But it's obviously much worse when your med just dies to a trap insta. Okay, so we're going to have a last hold, I think. Okay, so they're playing with the pyro back, defending the gun. I don't know how I feel about this. I really feel like this door is like primed to be stuffed. But Froyo have kind of maybe conditioned them into not expecting a top left fight. And this rotation from Logan is a little bit late, in my opinion. He has to already be here at this point.
Control point is being captured.
They just managed to squeak it, though. But that's way too much cap time. Like, this is kind of untenable. So yeah, I question why the decision to play the Pyro back defending the gun. Because, like I said, this last is so hard to hold. Even if you can stave off the Uber, if they have like control, like if they can get through the chokes without any problem, they're probably gonna win, because baiting you to drop to the floor by playing the point is so easy. So yeah, but I can understand why the Pyro was here though. Like, I'm hypothesizing it's because there hasn't been that many pushes top right, so maybe he was expecting something different. But I really think stuffing this door is the most important thing you can do. Having a soldier like trying to flank while that's going on is really strong. Your demo spamming like loose cannons at it. Like, spam loose cannon 1, 2, 3, 4, and then instantly rotate to like left side. So that if that Uber doesn't get fully denied, or make a judgment call. If the Uber's getting denied, you stay as a demo, and if the Uber's not getting denied hard, then you rotate and you're here ready to keep sticking the point. When the enemy takes control of top right, you guys can rotate, control bottom left. Hopefully a soldier is pushing main or top left. These kinds of things. But yeah, it's getting into like quite pedantic detail though. The main thing is just holding that door tight is like really important in my opinion. So Logan playing way more aggro on the point this time, but yeah, he catches a pipe. That's so unfortunate. This mid, it looked like they had a different approach for this mid, but taking that pipe means he can't really put any pressure on the point. And it's rough from there. It's rough from there. Since we're coming to the end, I'm gonna check the mid one more time. Bit of Banny beef. We like a bit of Banny beef. Right, you feel like what only works on bigger lasts?
The control point is being captured.
So Sobi's been not hitting his rollouts, so that's not like super ideal, but not the end of the world. Logan challenges the point,
Control point is being contested.
but just catches a pipe. Mamalu with quite an effective bomb onto the weak Logan. Like, I feel like this is just the main difference in this game, is that Habib and May have been able to play this kind of... Oh, my crosshair has disappeared. Habib and May have been able to play this like top slope position, like contesting the enemy like slope. But I don't think I've seen Logan shoot like one thing at slope like in a mid fight, and that's not for like lack of trying or anything. It's because he's getting pressured a lot more by the enemy soldiers. Like, Demoman really important on this mid, and Froyo soldiers are putting a fuckload of pressure onto Logan, while Rakuso and Soapy are not putting as much pressure. Like, if Soapy was hitting his rollout, maybe this would be different, but you need a really good backup plan for when Soapy's missing that jump. But yeah, I could talk all day about this. I won't go into an excruciating amount of detail about it now. But yeah, you can look forward to future content. I might look at some old Badlands games at some point, because the map hasn't been played in a long time. Obviously, the meta has developed in TF2, like, you know, scout Ubers and things like that are way more prevalent than they were when Badlands was like a mainstream map. But yeah, like, you can just see like the experience difference here. Like, I think there's like a measure of like mental game at work here. I think there's a measure of mental game at work here. Like, G6 are kind of resigned to defeat. Like, they don't seem fully focused. Like, twice they've been pushed on and just been completely unprepared for it, when they had nothing better to do than be prepared for it. Like that time on mid with Uber from Valley, the time on Spire with the double scout push off Balk. there's yeah, the fact that they're not putting up any like setups there, and they're just stacking points like kind of mindlessly, makes me think their mental has gone a little bit in this game. Like I saw pictures after the game and everyone looked very happy, so I don't think they're like really tilted or anything like that. So when I say their mental is gone, I don't mean they're like upset and arguing, more just they've lost belief that they can win rounds, so they're kind of just resigned to their fate. Wait, we actually played it at I-65? Oh yeah, like Ascent would play us on it, wouldn't they? They had Zebo and Am, so they were crazy enough to play us on it. But yeah, I'm definitely interested in watching some old Badlands games and talking about them. Froyo soldiers have similar name and hats, so I confused them. Yeah, I genuinely did the same for like the first like 2 days of these demos, or this LAN rather. Like the fact there's so many M's just screws with my mind. And yeah, stuff. I agree. Like pyro defending sentry doesn't make sense when there's a choke this tight that you can stuff. What the fuck? Okay, so they're just going for a straight trade. The loose cannon trade. You like to see it. So Mamalu's in. Soapy is battling. See, I feel like Rakuso is just too passive on his last holds. In general, I don't think you can have two passive soldiers on Badlands last. Like the meta of like basically every other map in sixes, where your soldiers double bomb the point when they gets played, is not applicable to Badlands in my opinion. You need one soldier to be very, very active. I say Rakuso, like it could just as easily be Soapy. But yeah, you really need one active soldier at least, like when you're playing Badlands last, because you cannot count on denying the point play. Like it caps too fast, the point's too like congested. You have to get like to block the point. You have to go to such a bad position. Like I said, by default, the attacker should win ad pushes. So, as defenders, all you can do is be ready to capitalize if they fail. Like, if you get like some lucky time, it's a little bit RNG. Like, if you get like some good timing with your pyro reflex and your double donks and your like gun juggling people, like if you can put up good delay like that, or if you can maybe, get like good damage on a det on the point when you're forced to det your stickies, then if you can do anything to disrupt their push, then that's great. But if you're not doing something proactive like flanking with one soldier or collapsing on them in some capacity, then you're just going to get bled out slowly anyway. Like, it's very easy to cap the last just with the Uber and playing the point. But even if you survive that part, unless you do something active to prevent more like options for the attackers, you're just going to get farmed. And on none of these, like, this is obviously not something that, I mean, obviously G6 are like, they're a top team, so maybe they disagree. But this is obviously something that they don't, either they've not thought about it this way, or they don't agree with my premise that this is a necessity, at least a lot of the time, because not a single time did like either soldier even attempt to do anything. It was always like one soldier just playing around the point to deny cap time, and one then just standing top left. And like I can see the logic in it, but I just think it's like a fatal misunderstanding of the risk reward. Like, yeah, it's almost safer to do risky plays on Badlands last because it's so hard to hold. But yeah, so Froyo absolutely dominate this LAN, boys and girls, and any undecideds or in-betweens. Froyo absolutely dominate this LAN. Didn't lose a round, I don't think. They played less than 2 hours total. Granted, that was partly due to the rule, like not the rule set, pardon me, the format. But yeah, very, 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 very dominant showing from Froyo. Little bit disappointed that no one could put up a little bit more of a fight on. Well, I say nobody. I guess I'm disappointed that Witness. I'm disappointed mainly in Witness, to be honest. Like without disrespect, like I'm not even disappointed with Witness. I'm disappointed that Witness didn't play Froyo. Like I wanted to see that matchup like a lot because I've obviously heard a lot about the Season 6 win and things like that. So it's really sad that we didn't get to see that matchup, which is partly the format's fault. At least that's how I think about it. Conditioned by like iSeries and stuff, but the format was what it had to be, right, to get the tournament done in the time that they had. So I'm not like not a criticism of the format in particular. The format just didn't allow for that to happen, and Witness's performance didn't allow for that to happen. Those two factors combined didn't allow for it. But nonetheless, a very impressive display by Froyo. I think there's a lot of potential in the two teams below them, Witness and G6, but a lot of room for growth, particularly in G6, because I watched more of them and focused more on them than I have Witness. But G6 have a lot of room to improve. Like, I mean that in a good way. Like, they have very good, like, skill, and even like their synergy, like as a team taking fights, is pretty good. It's just some like some of the like the more all of the formalities and things like that are just kind of lacking. Like we really saw it in that Badlands game. Obviously they don't know the map that well, but just forgetting that the enemy team has Uber and can push into you, not having stickies up by default in case they do decide to push you, not having the best last holds, like not ever using double off class on last, except for on Badlands. They did actually do it on Badlands, but while you do need double off class on Badlands, you need something more. Like it's not like the other maps where you can just double off class and bomb the point and win half of your last holds that way. You need proactivity. But yeah, I think they have tons and tons of room to grow, and I'm genuinely pretty excited to watch like the rest of this RGL season that's currently happening. I don't really know anything about RGL other than that it's a league run by the person who runs it. But yeah, I'm gonna follow like I think like the top of invite this season, as well as like ETF 12 Pro. Sigafu, yeah. Sorry, for some reason like I just had the name Siglemic in my head, like the really old school Mario 64 speedrunner. I just had Siglemic stuck in my head, but I'm like, his name's definitely not Siglemic. Isn't RGL boring as fuck before you rolling everyone? ETF to hell more exciting? I mean, Witness won not the most recent season, but the season before against Froyo. Granted, Froyo are better now, and Witness have lost Yite. But like I said, I believe that these teams, G6 in particular, I believe can improve a lot. Witness, I think, are probably better online than what they showed at LAN. Like, I'm told that they have close games with Froyo online, and obviously they beat them with only one player different, like, on their roster, to, like, a season and a half ago. But I'm following Prem as well. Like, my first, like, obviously I've been focusing on NA since I started streaming again, but just because there was a LAN on, did I pick NA to begin with? I'll be streaming, like, yeah, I'll be covering Prem like this season for sure. Like tomorrow is Evil Guys versus the Backyard Bullies, which is going to be a great game, hopefully. Hopefully that should be a banger. So tomorrow, I'm not sure what time I'll go live, but you know, of course, TFTV will be covering the game, but I will be covering that game as well. So if you like my style of looking at games and you would like to see it without me having the option to rewind a demo 50,000 times and bore you to tears in that way, then you'll be able to tune in here and watch that game. Yeah, I want STV for tomorrow. I will need it to watch. You know, It'll be pretty hard for me to watch the game without it. But yeah, I'm kind of hoping that I'm going to be around in time to maybe check out some demos before I watch the game. Or alternatively, I don't know if this is back in the day, like, people used to allow you to stream, like, not with comms, but people used to allow you to stream their warm-up scrims. I don't know if either team would permit me to do that, and I'm a bit, like, shy to ask, because I know it's a thing that we definitely used to allow. Like, back in the day, if someone wanted to do that, we would allow it. Like, if someone was going to stream a match and they wanted to watch the warm-up, you would, like, allow them to watch that as well. But I'm not sure if I'd rather even do that, to be fair, than watch demos. But if I have time, like, if I'm home in time, I will go live early and watch some demos as, like, preparation. Like, try and get a bit more acquainted with these teams. Because I've watched some of the TFTV casts of their matches. Well, I've watched some of Backyard Bullies matches, but I have not seen any of Evil Guys so far. But I obviously know them, or their core, from when they were Ascent, so I feel like I have a pretty good idea of how they'll play. But yeah, so this LAN was really fucking great. Like, I gotta say, like, a massive thanks to, like, Banny, I guess, in particular, but all the guys that would have put effort into making this LAN, because I had a great time watching it, and I think it's exactly what, like, TF2 needed at the moment. Let's watch Evil Guys tomorrow. Yeah, I'm for sure watching Evil Guys tomorrow. Like, hopefully I will watch a demo before the match, but if not, I'll at least watch the match and then probably some demo or maybe something a bit different afterwards. But yeah, I'm super grateful to Banny and TFTV and Critscast, etc. Like, all the people that, like, made this LAN a thing, because yeah, it definitely, like, reignited my interest in NA TF2. Like, I was always going to come back and cover some of Prem this season and do some other, like, projects in TF2, like, that I'm working on that are kind of, you know, like, more like YouTube oriented and a bit more polished, like, content. But I didn't expect to, because I just kind of think, like, oh, NA, Fro just winning everything, like, not that interested, right? But now I'm kind of like, yeah, I don't know. I feel a bit more in touch, like, with the scene of NA. And they have Badlands in the map pool, you know, so I'm just going to pay someone to pick Badlands in one of the top matchups. But yeah, this LAN was really cool. And I look forward to hopefully, like, you know, hopefully we have something equivalent in Europe soon as well. Like, hopefully Copenhagen happens. I really hope that some of these smaller LANs that people have been talking about, like the French LAN, the Polish LAN, the German LAN, I really hope these come off. I really hope iSeries comes off. Like, I don't know, I feel like this LAN is just a really great example of, like, you don't need a big company, a huge, like, TO to give TF2 something, right? Like, you can just do it, we can just do it ourselves to a certain extent, and I think, like, okay, all attention is on Copenhagen at the moment, because it would be very soon if it happened, but I think after that, and of course we have iSeries, but I think after that, people should definitely maybe start to consider other avenues of what we could do in Europe about LANs. Can you pay E2F12 to put it back in the pool 2 then? Dude, I'm going to pressure as much as I can to get Badlands back. I'm just going to start making content about Badlands. No one can stop me. I'm just going to make content about Badlands, and eventually people are going to think it's in the map pool and just play it by mistake. But yeah, I guess since this is the last, like, attention that I'm going to give to the localhost LAN, my, like, closing remarks on the rule set that they used. I personally think, like, I don't think I prefer it to regular TF2. I think I prefer regular TF2 still. but I am very, very interested in some of the options that it currently offers. I wouldn't mind seeing the round timer reduced, whatsoever. I think 3 minutes is too far. It takes you in the other direction to the point where defending is just like the only relevant thing to mid-rounding. Well, not the only relevant thing, but becomes so dominant if teams actually would hold last properly. So I'm not convinced by the 3 minute round timer. Outside of Badlands, like the golden cap or the overtime rule is pretty cool. Like the +1 round rule is pretty decent. I'm wondering if there's like a cleaner way of explaining it though, because right now I really struggle to explain it. But yeah, I think like a 5 minute round timer would be pretty good, because I feel like a 5 minute round timer would potentially allow some of the tactical options that I've been discussing. In terms of if you want to be like a really slow team, like getting really good last holds, but at the same time giving teams realistically enough time to disincentivize like just playing for last holds, and also speeding up teams, like it would allow teams to have time to break down holds without being reckless and thoughtless and just having to YOLO it. But yeah, it would not be so long that if it was to turn into like a full 5 minute like stalemate, 5 minutes is fine. I think stalemates, the term stalemate is a bit loaded, I feel like. It sounds kind of negative by default, but yeah, stalemates are not an inherently bad thing. It's only when they get really protracted and last for 10 minutes that they become very boring. Like, in my opinion, the first 3 to 4 minutes of most stalemates are interesting, because it's like, what is this team going to do? How are they going to adapt, like, their hold? Like, there's a lot of options, like, to go for, like, big, like, solo plays that can be impressive to watch and stuff like that. So I think 3 minutes is probably too far, both for my taste and kind of for the purpose, I think, of what Bani wants out of the rule set. But I obviously can't speak to what Bani wants, but I'm just assuming he wants, like, faster TF2 overall on average. And I think 5 minutes would actually probably make TF2 faster in the long term than 3 minutes, because even though it sounds unintuitive, like, yeah, with defending being so strong in the current game state, I think once teams, especially in Europe, like maybe NA would just continue as they always were, but especially in Europe, teams would just get really, really good at holding last. And yeah, I think we would just see so much turtling with 3 minutes only that it would probably be counter to what Manny wants to achieve with that rule set. But don't get me wrong, I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't hate it if we had this rule set again in another tournament, because I think there's a bunch of tactical options you can do other than just turtling. But the fact you can turtle means you can do some other stuff that's like really risky. Like you can do some crazy style of mids and then just have the intention of holding last for 3 minutes if they go wrong. Like it kind of changes the risk reward values on certain aspects of the game, to the point that you can take more risks in certain ways and then less risks in other ways. Yeah, Stuffed, you would think so, right? That was exactly like my intuition, but so many times, particularly in the Witness versus G6 game, I saw a team in a really close game, just after like someone sacked on them while they were holding, they would do a counter sack and just like feed like two guys by mistake and then lose the round when they were literally like 60 seconds away from a round reset. So I don't think I saw a particularly good adaptations to the rules or to the config by the teams at this LAN. Like I'm sure Froyo probably had some things up their sleeve to do in case they got low on time, but they were so dominant that they didn't really have to show anything like that. And Witness, and particularly Witness, but G6 as well, and the other teams that I saw in groups and in the early part of the bracket on the stream, they I just don't think they didn't play to the config, in my opinion. They played something closer to what they're already familiar with, which is understandable. Like, you know, they're still playing with the normal rules online, so it makes sense that they would play what they know and play how they know and play to their instincts that they've learned over several years of playing this game. But yeah, those are my overall thoughts on the rule set. I thought I would just kind of, yeah, recap that because I've obviously spoken about it a lot. And if anyone is curious on more details of my thoughts, then you can just watch like the 10 hours of VODs of me watching these games. But yeah, I thought I would just give a little summary of my opinion, just in case, for anyone that wasn't there, like on the first kind of day and a half of me watching this, when I was talking about the rules a lot more. Yeah, I think it definitely would develop stuff. Like in Europe, 100%. Like from day one, I think in Europe it would be the case. Like everyone would hold last like motherfuckers. And I think in NA, eventually teams would start using it to some extent. Maybe not the same extent as EU, but to some extent. But yeah, I completely understand that, like, yeah, these teams, like, you have to remember as well, like, a team like G6 and Witness as well, it's so many of them, so many of their first lands. So playing, like, a rule set that's very different or creates very different decisions to make compared to what you're used to whilst playing your first LAN against the likes of Froyotech and, in the case of G6 and Witness, each other. I completely understand why they stayed kind of in their comfort zone mentally, even if maybe the rules pushed them out of their comfort zone into some like forced crazy pushes at times. I think in general they tried to kind of stay more towards what they were used to already though, which I understand even if I don't think it's optimal. But yeah, so that was kind of my review of this LAN. So what happens next is, well, tomorrow we have a really, really nice ETF12 game. I will be there for that. As I said, I'll figure out my schedule and decide if I'm going to go live early to watch some demos or if I'll just kind of hop on before the game begins. I'll obviously, in fact, no, I'll put a pretty much like stamped guarantee that I'll be on like at least like 45 minutes before the game goes live to like preview the game or whatever, discuss it. I'm just not 100% sure on what format that will take, and maybe it'll be longer than 45 minutes. We'll have to see. And what's beyond that, I hear you ask? Well, for that, my friends, you'll have to wait and see. But I'm going to be around. I'm going to be around for a while. And yeah, I have some things to figure out still, but I guess, yeah, that's kind of how it is. But yeah, I have an appointment, or not appointment, but I have somewhere to be, so I'm gonna cut it short today and go to where I gotta go in just a few minutes. Yeah, so I will just once again say that I really appreciate the support from everyone, like tuning in, like following, subbing, chatting. Like, it's really, really cool, honestly. Like, it's super cool to come back, like, to being involved in TF2 and to, I don't know, to receive this kind of like a reception or whatever. It's like, it's really cool. I really, really like really flattered by it, to be honest. Yeah. TF2 is a banging game. And I really look forward to making content for it for the foreseeable future. How can we beat Froyo? Get really, really good at holding last would be tip number one. And then become insane at the game and dedicate 10 more years of your life to it. Eventually, Bani and Habib will I don't know. They'll have to do something else. And then they'll be there for the taking. But yeah, that is pretty much all for today, my friends. Thank you so much for tuning in. Wait, unless someone just wrote only my name. What's up, Thudder TF? I have to have better gaming chairs? I'm not sure about that. I quite like my chair, I'm not gonna lie. I'm quite a fan of this chair. It's very comfy. But yeah, that is pretty much it, gang. Thunder TF, I would love, or Thunder TF, I'm not really sure, I can't read your name. I'm not sure if you had an actual question, but I'm gonna assume that you didn't. But yeah, if you have a question, then I'll be back tomorrow, basically, gang. So yeah, massive thanks for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed. Maybe some guys learned some things, maybe not. If any of the participants of this tournament or these matches watched and they, I don't know, if I flamed anyone, then I'm sorry. I'm just trying to keep it real, you know. I'm not trying to be like edgy and bashing people for no reason or anything like that. Everything I say is like meant with like a, you know, an educational / constructive edge to it. So yeah, but yeah, enough blabbering from me. That is all for today, my friends. Yeah, that is it. So I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be watching European games live on pay-per-view, minus the pay-per-view segment. And it's gonna be nice. It's gonna be nice. I'll try and get on early to preview some of it, but if not, it will just be a live game. But it should be like game of the season for Europe, to be honest. It's probably gonna be like, until playoffs, it's probably gonna be the most interesting game. So if there's any like Americans watching who maybe don't know the EU scene at all and are thinking like, should I watch some EU TF2? Like, tomorrow is kind of like the game to watch. But yeah, that's it for today, my friends. Thank you for tuning in. Thanks for the support, and I will catch you tomorrow. Farewell.